Okay, chat. Let us begin Babylonia. I didn't mean to hit chat with that dose of nostalgia right there. Must grail cast? Yeah, grail casting is a thing. I actually need to do mine for the month, so thank you for reminding me. At least on the main account. This account can't grail cast yet. All right, so we will continue on. Now, Babylonia is very much in the same vein as Camelot. If you're somebody that struggled with Camelot, you will probably also struggle with Babylonia. To a degree, there are, as we refer to it as like cock block fights in Camelot that are designed to kind of make you improve your account. If you manage to get through them without any real trouble, or you manage to get through them at least without, like, how should I put it? Without some sort of, like, issue, per se, you might be fine. But if you got through it and you used, like, command seals, or you got through it and you used quartz or something like that to revive, that's your sign you need to do something about your account. You need to level up. Don't just keep plowing ahead forward. It is not good for your account. You will probably end up in more scenarios like that where you have to keep utilizing things. So, like quartz or command seals. So that's usually why we tell people, it's like, hey, make sure you kind of do your due diligence there and you don't necessarily just throw all caution to the wind. Yeah. Reaching the point of the first class score that I'm starting to be blocked on resources other than sand. Yeah, my JP's kind of like that to an extent. It has enough to do stuff, but I don't immediately advance class score because I get a little bit worried about running out of materials. And that's like, once you get a lead on materials, FGO gets as a game a lot easier. So a lot of the times you get to a point where you just say, like, well, obviously there's people I need to spend the materials on, or there's things I need them for, but they're not, like, imperative. And so because of that, you just go like, well, I don't have to do it right now. I'll wait until the game makes me. And when you get to that point, you're in a much better spot. And that way you can kind of start accumulating things and not having to worry as much about, like, oh, do I actually have the firepower to do this? Tank works to revive, it's a thing. I don't advise it. Don't spend your hard-earned gacha currency on reviving. And that's why, again, I'm going to tell you, it's like, you need to be a little bit careful and you need to say, okay, it's probably a good idea for me to stop and work on my account. Go do some ember gathering, go do some training grounds, go sit on some free quests that have the material that I need. Those are usually what you want to do in place of just continuing to plow forward if your account can't handle it. Now, for the majority of some of this stuff, it really shouldn't be too hard, but just let that be a lesson. Let those words sink in, because it may not apply to you here, may apply to you somewhere else down the line. But that's the idea, is that, like, don't just keep forcing it if you realize that you can't actually, like, do it because you don't have the firepower. It's just a 2 out of 2 node with some Uridimus, which basically are the sort of prototype of the creature that drops the Lanugos, which are one of the new mats for this. When did JP get the FP gacha? I believe it was their 9th anniversary for the 100 spin, I assume you're referring to. And oh my, never mind, I'm happy. These enemies drop seeds. Give me more. Dams to 2 lottos from now. Well, Korea did just get an early quality of life package. They usually get one a year, and they got theirs, and it did include the 100 spin. So I wouldn't be terribly surprised if, like, the 100 spin is upcoming for NA as well. Could happen at New Year's, could happen at Thanksgiving, could happen at the 3,000 days celebration, which is next week. So it's anyone's guess as to, like, kind of what could happen, but I'm gonna tell you, like, don't expect it, but it could be right around the corner. We just don't know. On JP, it was or it was New Year's. Maybe it was then. Which in that case, that would mean we only have to wait a maximum of 6 months. So. I used 2 St. Court survives in Camelot because I was trying to get the time limited 30 St. Courts for finishing Babylonia before Sullivan started. Yeah, and I mean, like, there's definitely some logic to that of just being like, hey, I'm gonna do it either way, so why not? But I don't really advise that. Okay, so we're actually gonna pre and postcard the Arashan P, and we're doing that so that Ibuki's cards will actually stagger. So now the one enemy only has 10k. Arash will kill that one, but he's probably not gonna kill, there you go, the 36k one. So now her cards stagger, and we still basically got through the wave in one turn. Okay, now we got 47k. Should be able to loop this though pretty easily. And that should leave me at least 50% charge on Ibuki, 40% charge on Waver, and still 20% charge on Proto Merlin. So I have over 100% charge here should I need the refund. So the only question was, did I kill there? And, well, yeah. Using this player's level 100 and P2 Ibuki Doji at least is significant. You can see the health values, at least right here off the rip, are not, like, the worst. There's definitely, like, definitely worse health values that we've already faced, including, like, pretty much up to 700k. So if you've gotten through Camelot, you're probably fine for at least the early parts of Babylonia. However, we will be encountering more gimmick fights like we had in Camelot, and some of these gimmick fights are kind of nasty, so it really depends on kind of prior knowledge in that regard and how you adapt to changing circumstances. In fact, I'll be honest with chat, I'm not sure I remember every Babylonia gimmick off the top of my head, so I may have to ask chat on a couple of them. Babylonia just not prepared for, like, year 5 servants, pretty much. Just riders again. However, we've been facing riders, so I assume it's the same enemies, so we'll just keep taking her, and we'll just keep trying to loop through. They show off Mash's booty a lot in anime. Pretty much. The HP totals alone used to be a boss in some of the early singularities. Now they're just kind of mobs. Yeah, it's funny because I've told people before, like, oh, you know, you actually have, like, enemies that have, like, 700, 800k and stuff in part 1, and people don't believe you when you tell them that. Like, people just don't remember it. So it's kind of funny. So this is right on the cusp of what Arash is capable of. I will hit the 24k enemy, and then I will add Ibuki's card on the back end. So we'll definitely kill the left one. Hopefully Arash is still strong enough to kill both the right two as well. or at least one of the right two. You can get different damage variants in your rolls on multiple enemies. So, like, even with them at the same health value, it's certainly possible to not kill one and kill the other. There you go. Rash dies, rotates the party. And we go for the loop. Still no animation update for Leo so far. It's been 5 years. Yeah, it's a real shame. They definitely should, which I am at least happy that they have kind of come out and said, like, hey, moving forward, we're going to make sure that we do animation updates for quote unquote everyone. I assume they don't mean everyone. I assume they mean like older units, but yeah, that's good to hear. Like, that was something I feel like that just kind of brought a lot of animosity on them from the community because they stopped doing them and people began to point out how they weren't doing them anymore. And I think a lot of the stuff is just like behind the scenes. The animation department was one of the worst staffed ones. Not that the people working there were bad, they just didn't have the manpower. And that is something that I think, especially for like a modern gacha game, you have got to have a good animation department. You have got to make sure it is robust, because I think there was a lot of content delays in part due to the animation department. So I think that's their way of saying that they're either expecting a lesser load or that they have hired more people and they can now handle more of a load. So it's a good sign probably either way for at least the animation side of things. Per enemy and AoE NPs, good to know. Yes. Down to the JP summer event, forcing you to do a Leonidas solo just to remind you his animations are still ancient. Yeah, in that regard, they probably shouldn't have done that, right? Like, not exactly the smartest thing to call attention to the fact that a unit is in need of an animation update. But yeah, I think in general, it's a good idea to give older units some of the limelight, give them some time in the sun, because I think that's like, down the stretch, it's one of the issues that FGO has had, is that like it does not give some of its most iconic characters, some of its like characters that made the game popular, made it pop off. It is really not given some of them the light of day since their original like popular occurrence. And I think that's a problem. I don't think that's a good thing. So it's like, I for one am all for them kind of revisiting some of the original cast. In fact, in that regard, I almost wish they would slow down on the number of unit releases, but I doubt they would ever do that. Because unit releases are money. They would ultimately drive the game. But we'll see. Maybe stuff like that will change as we get done with part 2 of the story. So I think stuff like that is all like up in the air right now. We'll just have to wait and see how the devs handle things. I just am of the opinion that I hope they don't just like make really bad decisions and tank the game. I love playing FGO. I have a blast with it. It's still a fun game to me, even after all these years. So I just want to see them take care of it. I don't want them to like be like, oh yeah, okay, well, we've hit 10 years now. We're good. Fuck it. 288k. You're getting a little bit more spicy health here. I think I'll go ahead and go with the Lady Avalon MP because we're probably going to need the health. Dragons usually do AoE attacks, so they kind of slam with all their stuff. Plus, they can do an AoE crit as well. Some of them occasionally have like an actual breath attack on one focused enemy, but usually this is the case, is that they do AoE most of the time. So having some amount of healing or party-wide protection is a good idea if you're going to be facing them and you can't just one-shot them. In this case, though, I think I did. Well, close enough. So at that point, we got the job done, but hey, it is what it is. And there you go. Rash just hit Bond 6. So this is actually an interesting thing. Usually if you bond a character up after their 5th bond level, you will start to get quartz, as well as servant coins for them. In Arash's case, he's a low star unit. Basically, a 2 or 1 star unit will, instead of getting quartz, get things like golden fruit. So you'll basically get an apple for bonding them up. It's not as valuable. This is definitely one of the concerns. But you will eventually get quartz for bonding them. It's just not going to be as much as certain other ones. So basically, the amount of quartz you get in that regard actually kind of goes up with rarity. There we go. We got a dragon reverse scale. Dragon reverse scales do not drop very often, so getting one of those is definitely nice. I'm happy writer Anne and Mary got such a good animation update. I actually need to go back and look at it because I haven't spent too much time looking at a lot of the animation updates they did for Anniversary because there was so much other stuff going on. And we got more stingers. That's definitely nice. This is actually the singularity where you will get stingers. So I can expect that I will start being able to not only farm them once I'm done with it, but also just in general get a whole lot more. So that'll definitely be nice. And you will notice, like, we do have guest servants still that can still give you the 200 FP. Feel free to use them. For me personally, if I were to use them, it would start making some of these nodes take almost a prohibitive amount of time. So I'm choosing not to. Basically just for quality of life in that regard. I do see we have a Lancer here. I think this is my sign to maybe move Arash out of the party. I guess one of the things I could do is I could try kind of sticking Nitocris in here, but we do have riders, and so Nitocris not necessarily going to do the most damage against riders, so I'll probably just backline another unit kind of to work on bond, see what I can do in that regard. And usually my backline choices are just units that I feel the need to bond. Sometimes party cost becomes an issue. But you can see it's like, oh, NP interludes, skill upgrades. These things are really nice to unlock, not just because they will improve the character, but also because they will potentially have quartz rewards for doing them. And you will also occasionally have like guaranteed drops that exist in them. For instance, like, let's say if you were to do like Da Vinci's interlude, you might get like 5 guaranteed pages. And I'm not saying this as a fact, I'm just kind of throwing out a possibility. So there is that idea that you should try to level up all of your units at least and unlock their strengthenings and interludes so that you can kind of get the most bang for your buck. Doesn't mean you have to skill them up, but at least like getting them leveled up, probably again, a good idea. Long term. Short term, focus on key units for your account. Try to make sure that your account is capable of handling challenges that are thrown at it. But long term, you eventually start going like, okay, I got the core of my account up. Who else do I really want to level? And you kind of start triaging it down the list of like, all right, this is a unit I really like. I'm going to focus on them. When you get to certain boss fights in Babylonia, the NPC Merlin becomes a hard carry. Pretty much. And he's actually kind of better than the original Merlin, which is one of the theories is that Merlin supposedly got nerfed prior to release. But we never really got a concrete answer on that one. So just enough to do the loop. I was actually kind of worried that I wouldn't have enough, but we got the job done there. Just like in real life, before going for waifus, make sure you have a solid foundation first. Yes, good idea. Work on yourself first. It's actually one of the things that she has been really appreciative is like me being open, me being somebody that can take care of themselves, and me kind of like, she actually just thanked me earlier today for like continuing to plan the dates for her, because she basically is somebody that has to do a lot of planning on her and naturally anyways. And as a guy, that's something that's just kind of normally expected of us anyways when we date. But like, it is at least like nice to hear that she's appreciating it and not like taking it for granted. But yeah, in general, in FGO, you definitely need to make sure that you have a well-rounded account over time. The game highly incentivizes it. I do see people that they maybe like play with like 10 key units and then they don't really ever develop anyone else, and that usually comes back to bite them in the butt. And most of the people that I know that play that way don't play very long, unfortunately. So not the best of circumstances, actually. Just for RNG's sake here, why don't we go with a different unit instead of a Buki? Actually go with Aikide's Muramasa here. He is got a 50% charge C, and he is a 50% charging unit. Just take her to Arby's drive-thru and eat on the parking lot. I mean, she probably would be okay with that, but like, I don't think I would do that to her. I don't know that I would want to do that. All right, thankfully this is just a 1 out of 2, so really refund concerns here, probably not a big deal. As long as it's not Panda Express. I like Panda Express. Kind of. I don't think it's like the best like American Chinese food I've ever had. It certainly is not. But like, I guess it's a quick option for me at lunch sometimes. So that's why I end up eating it. But if someone doesn't like it, I can respect it. And here we go. We are only in section 2 of Babylonia, and you're pretty much already matching the amount of health that we had at the end of Camelot. So this is what I said. If you're not prepared, maybe go work on your account a little bit more, because these sorts of situations do happen. It's something you have to be careful of. So I'm only at 77%. I do not have enough charge right here specifically. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to slap that potential drain on Enkidu and actually go for her NP. And that'll give us just enough charge to get kind of what we need to do. And I'll actually go into a Brave Chain to see if I can loop her back and get her another one. But yeah, this is definitely something to look forward to. Is health values, gimmicks, they're only going to get stronger over time into the future of the story. And later on, we'll start having break bars become a constant thing in boss fights. At least for part 1, they are not. They were not implemented at that time of the game, so you don't have to worry about them for any part 1 content. Now, one of the sneaky things about Muramasa is that he has 100% crit damage if his skill is leveled up, and we have 200% crit cards for him, so Enkidu will probably die here. We still have our buffs. Not quite a 2-turn on this, but just because we actually didn't have enough refund, ironically enough. So his NP only did a little bit of damage there. But boom, there you go. So you can see we're not going to kill Enkidu, but we got Enkidu very close in that regard. From, you know, pretty much 700k all the way down to 100k is not a bad draw there. And you can see Proto Merlin, aka Lady Avalon's pretty much right back. And boom, here we go. We still have the crit damage active, so double crit, got lucky, and it worked. So we made quick work of Enkidu despite the fact that we were using an AoE Noble Phantasm. The proper way to handle that would have been to take a single target saber and just nuke Enkidu out of orbit, but it is what it is. Sometimes, again, when you go in blind, you don't necessarily realize. Like I said, Babylonia is kind of the point where I probably should start using a guide properly, but it is what it is. I don't think part 1 is that difficult, and most of the fights I do remember the gimmicks. Seraph was the first event with break bars, an Epic of Remnant that introduced them to the story. I was gonna say Seraph wasn't the first instance of it, but it might have been the first event. That I don't remember. So you may be right on that. Right back to the writers. I'm just gonna kind of keep assuming until otherwise. They don't have the remove all your buffs then instantly fill their NP bar to full BS we constantly run into in part 2. Yeah, one of the more problematic break bar mechanics that you'll run into. So there are break bar mechanics for when you break their break bar. And that's how you're going to get rid of that health bar and move on to the next one. But usually there will be a break bar mechanic that'll be implemented, and it can be any number of different effects. But one of the most like annoying ones for a lot of people is an instant charge, or a buff strip to yourself. So an enemy where you break their bar that just immediately instant charges their NP to full means they're just going to NP that next turn. And it kind of gets annoying because you're sitting there trying to like plan things out, and then you just go like, oh, of course you instant charged. And so it makes a lot of people have to scuff, go back and like, you know, pop a defensive cooldown or something like that. One of the good things new players can do is get some good welfares. Yep. Yeah, and thankfully, at least as of the recording this video, NA is starting to get the evocation festivals. It's really been helping out. We already ourselves got Kuro off the last one, so that was definitely a nice change of pace. It gave me basically the single target archer that I might potentially need in the future. Though, admittedly, having Castoria Berserker has done wonders for me in that regard. And it just crashed. I don't know why that's happening. I feel like that's only been a thing within the last like 3 weeks, and it hasn't been happening before that point. So I don't know if it's like a little bit of patch instability or something, but that is interesting. How much RAM is allocated to the emulator? It's basically 6 cores, like 4K, I want to say. Like it's not maxing the computer out, but it is it's a lot. Like it shouldn't be deficient in that regard. Okay, so it's just as if we scuffed, we just resend it. And actually, I'm just going to go ahead and utilize the Proto-Merlin NP instead, anyways. JP got Taisui, one of the best casters for anti-assassin work. Taisui is like low-key goated. He just is a very underrated unit by a lot of people, and he has a very strong niche and does very solid damage and has a very good kit. So Taisui is just an excellent unit all around. But he's usually not people's favorite alter ego. So therein lies the problem. I could go ahead and pop this, and I think I will, just for the chance at damage. Now, interestingly enough, I don't have a mighty chain, so we're going to use the old carding method of what you do when you don't have a mighty chain. So I could get a mighty chain out of this, but it's probably better to pre-card the NP with the buster, do that, and then post-card with that. The difference is basically just me getting 2 Ibuki Doji cards, and unfortunately the first one did not crit, but that's fine. As opposed to having to use Proto Merlin's card, which would have been resistant and not good damage in the slightest. So you can see pretty much just eked out the amount of damage right there, and that's kind of why I went ahead and went for it, just because I was not sure that I was going to necessarily one-shot. But there you go, another Dragon Reverse Scale, and it's actually becoming a material I have quite a bit of, which is surprising. That is not normal. I'm sure I will use all of them, though. Dragon Reverse Scales are just one of those materials that they plague just about every account. Dragons equal Earth, Ibuki has no trouble, true. Yeah, Ibuki Berserker does have super effective Earth damage. And because the game just keeps throwing the same enemies at us, I'm gonna keep throwing the same enemies. Now, the scary part is that might be Enkidu. So, just in the off chance that it is, let's get rid of Robin Hood. And let's just kind of put a quote-unquote backline carry. This is something I like to do if I feel like there's maybe going to be an issue. So just potentially, and because I haven't been paying attention, because I'm not reading the story, I don't know what's next, I'm not looking at a guide, I just preemptively protect from it. Because we haven't encountered a rider boss really at all. And the only boss we have encountered is a lancer, so it's entirely possible that it could be a thing, but not looking likely considering our front wave here is the Mushusus. Yeah, these are the guys that actually drop stingers. So having them in here is definitely a good thing for my material needs. Because I do need stingers at least for Oberon, I believe. Same thing with seeds, so getting more seeds definitely helps. I think it'd be the top left listing. Actually, I think you are right. I think it does usually list the boss first, but I think it's like not always, or I guess like maybe the reason I'm second guessing it is because like there's definitely times where there's multiple bosses and it makes you go like, I don't know about that. Go ahead and pop that. Squeeze out a Proto Merlin and P just for some additional charge. Babylonia made me love Medusa Lancer and Ushiwakamaru. Medusa Lancer's a character I'm pretty neutral on, but Ushi, yeah, Ushi was great in this singularity. I actually kind of feel bad for her, but I'm not going to go into that for spoiler reasons. Feel like she got the short end of the stick. Same thing here. It's probably just smart just to stagger the cards, but she'll easily kill this. There we go. Ibuki's going to take care of the Chimera, and Babylonia is so far going swimmingly. Enkidu is definitely a concern if we encounter him again. But, well, actually, I know we encounter him again. As long as we keep getting stingers and seeds, I am a happy boy. Who should I go for in the Samurai Remnant event? Like rolls wise, personally, I do really like the saber from that event. Yamato Takaru, just fantastic AoE arts looping saber, very similar to Muramasa in that regard, but not necessarily a thing. Also, we just had it. This was the game's first 0 AP story node. And you might be thinking like, what do you mean? I mean, that was a story only node. There was no battle. It was just that little pip that we just went through right there. That had not happened prior to this point. Babylonia was the first time that they did that. Okay, now we got casters. Casters. That is an intriguing proposition. I don't think it's a boss. I don't think it's a boss. I think we just send it. How is Yui nowadays? She's still fine. People really like her, but don't hear her much nowadays. I don't have her, so that's definitely like one of the reasons you won't see me using her. But I don't think she's a bad unit by any stretch of the imagination. Technically, Yamato is New Year's. True, but I believe still has the C's for the event, unless I'm misremembering. Now, we are getting pretty close to an archer boss here, so if I see an archer pop up in one of the nodes, I will assume that is what's going on. You can see we're basically battling glorified embers. It's the ember hands here, and they probably will drop experience. Gilgamesh. Okay, so there was a caster boss here. We should still be fine. I'm not really worried about him. Gilgamesh caster might be Sky though, so maybe not the best of circumstances for our damage output. I understood that reference, yes. For Yui Shoisetsu, which banner should I go for Yui? She should only have one with the event. Unless I'm misremembering. And there you go. As I said, we did not get good damage output off of that. It's a little bit less than I was expecting overall, but we also didn't really have follow-up cards. So we'll just kind of send this again. There's really nothing else to do in that regard, but we will pre and postcard here. I'm just going to go for the kill. New Year's doesn't have C's. Okay. I thought it did, but interesting. I guess it has its own C's that year. And there we go. Gilgamesh goes down, and we get some nice caster embers, which definitely have a lot of casters in this account, so it's not the worst thing in the world to get. Although, ironically enough, most of them are actually leveled up. But I could, for instance, go get someone like Sieg from the Evocation Festival. He'd be a really good pickup. Or someone like Irisveal, who is also kind of a like pseudo support. Okay, so this is an archer. So this is definitely the battle that I'm thinking of. And because of that, you don't have to do what I'm about to do. But I highly advise you to, because it's just smart. Use Shisho, aka Scathach, or however you pronounce her name. Basically, she is anti-divine, and she will absolutely crush this boss if you handle things appropriately. Oh, whoops. Wrong category. We'll slot an Oberon in here just to kind of be on the safe end in that regard. And I will also slot in my maximum power Mystic Code, but it really shouldn't be a problem. At least not for this specific Lancer. Because my Shisho is a very, very strong one. Scat Hatch, yes. Skahak, Sukasaha, however you want to say her name. Oh no, it's an AoE battle. I forgot about this. Well, Didn't matter. She's gonna go down. Gonna pop her steroids. I'm gonna end up giving her at least the attack up. And we're gonna let her go to town. And we will actually do a mighty chain there. Oberon cards. Because Oberon as an AoE may be useful here. There you go. Mine easily killed it, but honestly, even probably an NP1 can get pretty darn close to one-shotting, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. But Anti-Divine will go a long way against Ishtar there. I'll card again. There we go. I swear the game knows it's purposely not hitting her. Wait, I think I have just enough. I do. And I will full send this. Triple quick chain. Good God. Pretty much couldn't ask for a better card output there. At least not on that turn. Now, Shisho's quick card's actually not that terribly strong, especially if she doesn't have her self-steroid up. But it was two 100% like crit cards, and it was a triple quick chain, so just really, really nice output. But you can see her refund there was kind of abysmal. That is the issue that she usually has is with her quick cards. The number of members that Babylonia dropped was helpful at the time. Yeah, I think they kind of realized that they weren't like handing things out, and it was difficult for players to farm members back then. So they basically just said, okay, here, have some for free. Here you go. Here's another 0 AP pip. So this is not going to have a battle. There's not really going to be anything. It's just pure story. So obviously, if you're somebody that's doing the story alongside this, it's going to take you a little bit longer. In my case, I can skip right through it. Oh, the problem with Shisho is getting her NP back again, right? Correct. And they did give her a nice buff to help that out. I do not believe this is Ishtar again. So we're probably fine. However, just to be on the safe side, I have the perfect solution for something like this. And her name is Wife. Two banners with Ushi goes in and Summer Musashi. Oh, right. You're talking about Yui. It really just depends on who you need. Like, Summer Musashi's really strong, but like Ushi Gozen is not a bad unit either. So like, it really is like gonna come down to taste and preference and like what you think your account actually needs in terms of units. Probably a smart idea to just card this out. Earn, thank you for the 50. Appreciate it, my man. How you doing tonight? What you up to? Old days where 5-star embers were hoarded like gold. Yep. I mean, I kind of knew once 5-star embers came into the game that we were probably in a good spot for that sort of thing. I have just enough, so we'll go ahead and send it. This will be a completed 3-turn loop, just barely. Hey, we avenger quick. Yep. Hey, Deus, thank you for the 45. How are you doing today, bud? What you been up to? It technically was an archer boss. It's just not the same one. So it's a shadow servant. Shadow servants usually will not use their actual noble phantasm. They will instead just, if they get to their noble phantasm and fire it off, they will just do a like powerful attack against you. But it won't usually be as strong as an actual noble phantasm. So usually you don't have to worry about shadow servants too much. However, there are a couple of like bait and switch moments where a shadow servant will actually do a noble phantasm. So you should still respect them. Just be careful, because you never know when it's one of those times. But in this case, I'm not gonna care, and this guy's gonna die. And there we go. 1.4 million later. Suffering a little from wisdom tooth pain. Ew, did you get your teeth out? Or is it like, are you about to because it's hurting you? Nice, like an AoE Tyra? Yeah, kind of, actually. In terms of Ushigosen. She'd be great if they switched the number of hit counts on her quick and buster. Yeah, you're not wrong in that regard. It's also a case of like she shows one of the few lancers that does not have like a like riding buff to her quick card, so it just kind of like makes the performance of it a little wonky, and it just ends up resulting in some weird stuff. So it is what it is. Mixed node. All right, Berserker it is. Thank you, game. When it starts handing me that, like, you don't have to take a Berserker in all the time, but it's just kind of easy for me to deal with it this way, so I don't have to worry about it too much. And you can see some of our Mystic Codes are actually getting to the point that they're kind of like getting up there in level. They may eventually cap out at level 10. I do have 5 rare prisms currently. I can unlock a new Mystic Code. Usually that's going to be what you want to spend a lot of your rare prisms on. Aside from, like I said, getting that initial Tansi, that is also a really, really just solid idea in general. So kind of, how should I put it? Like playing to your strengths and trying to get Mystic Codes that work for your account is a smart idea. But what you should always make sure you do is always make sure you're working on things. So like, don't just sit there constantly using a rank 10 Mystic Code. Try to switch things up. Try to get away with other Mystic Codes when the game permits it. That way you're eventually going to have like all your Mystic Codes at level 10 and have all of them unlocked. That is the end goal for, you know, maybe years down the line. We have another shadow servant here, and it is Kyo Lancer come to murder me brutally for not leveling her. So let's show Kyo the what for. And I don't remember if Kyo's Sky. I think Kyo is Earth. So I think I'm probably get away with some stuff. But let's go for just kind of. We could have gone for a Mighty Chain, but I actually went for instead just a kind of Brave Chain here for more refund. You tell me good arts and quick loopers. Musashi Berserker is a pretty decent one, and Ushi's also not a bad quick looper herself. Ibuki is certainly one that a lot of people would consider to be a very good arts looper. In terms of actual raw refund, it is difficult to beat the trio of Squirtoria, Surfmo, who's a rider, and Honestly, like John Archer is just really, really solid. But like for damage output, there's better ones, for instance. So like comparing John Archer, better damage than her, but a little bit less refund is going to be someone like Durga. Space Ishtar is also a really hard hitting potential arts looper. I say potential because she can shift her NP type. But really, there's a whole lot of them in the game. And most of your 5 stars are pretty effective at this point in time. I'm not going to say that like they're all like game-breaking damage dealers or anything like that, but they're pretty solid. Muramatsu just got a really, really nice buff that helped them out. Yamato Takaru is another really decent arts looper. Quick loopers, you have like Sendorikyu, I mean, Daiko Kuden, which is a 4-star, is a little bit of a different story, but they are a good quick looper. Honestly, one of the best quick loopers that I like is actually Okitan Saber. So it's her summer form, and she is very, very just like solid loopability and damage output. Charlemagne in a similar capacity to her is also not bad. Yeah, Breedamart's not terrible, and Breedamart has come a long way, but like still feel like the quick AoE Lancers could probably use some love. Honestly, the original Edmond Dante's really decent in terms of refund as a quick looper. And there's several actual quick units and kind of brute force things like Lohi, Doman. So like, really just depends on kind of what you're looking for. Yeah, this is probably the smarter play. You can see it's a 1 out of 1 with 7 enemies remaining. We have 2 turns left on our buffs, so there will probably be 1 enemy remaining at the end of this that I will have to manually kill. How far off are we from the John Arts buff? What do you mean? Like OG Jono? Like Ruler Jono? Yeah, Ruler John. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's with Ordeal Call too. Domin is 5-star Nito with chaotic evil damage support. How dare you insult 5-star Nito like that? But yeah, I mean, technically not wrong, at least to an extent, right? And of course, the last enemy was a debate. So I probably should have realized that I was going up against the number of enemies that I was, and I probably should have pre-carded one, then started doing all of my buffing. But it is what it is. Sometimes these situations happen. Good thing about Leonidas is just he doesn't really have an offensive Noble Phantasm. Bad news is he is quite tanky, so he could just beat me to death. Could have taken a triple arch chain there, but I'm just going to take the effective damage because I need to squeeze every drop of damage out of this that I can. Ushigozen versus Summer Musashi, who should I go for? Ushigozen has charge. Summer Musashi doesn't. Summer Musashi's damage output is kind of insane. but she is a refund based unit. So if you don't have the proper supports to support her, you might end up in a little bit of trouble. Ushigozen will also still similarly need decent supports, but usually you can get a little bit more effective use out of units that have charge built in. There we go. And Proto Merlin with the kill. Actually, I didn't think the Ibuki card would kill, but it did. Sometimes stuff like that do be happening. And we've leveled up. We're already up to 111. The good news is we're also getting stuff like Proof of the Heroes there, so just doing story gets you a lot of materials. It is nice in that regard. Got out of coins for grails. Should I wait for Gouda Gouda or can I roll now? You probably want to roll now. I mean, unless like how much FP do you have? If you only have like, I don't know, like 5 million or something, it may be just better to wait and just say like, hey, it is what it is, because you will eventually run out of FP. It is not a perfectly efficient exchange. And usually what'll keep you ahead is grinding in lottos. An assassin. I'm gonna hedge my bets and I'm gonna go with an AoE. We're gonna go with Ibuki again, but this could really backfire on me. So I will backline yet another unit. Go with Castoria Berserker there. Because I do not remember if this is an actual boss fight or not, and it may be. And Ibuki it out. It's a very strong combination, so. Okay. I'm out of coins for grails in like 5 months already. It's a shame, but it is what it is. Yeah, and like you guys will all eventually run out and you will need to roll your FP out for it, but your FP will also be finite unless you're doing enough boxes and lottos. That is just an unfortunate thing. If you guys go watch my grail casting video, I talk all about it. I break down the calculations and why this is a thing. But the reason I say it is because like, so if you know you're gonna run out, for instance, then it makes a little bit of sense to say, okay, I'm gonna run out no matter what I'm gonna do. So why not at least shift the time that I roll then to a better time, and then I'll just grail cast then. Because it's like basically saying, okay, I'm not gonna be able to grail cast every time then. So for some players, that will be a thing. For other players, you might be able to grail cast every time. For instance, my JP account has never missed a grail casting. Since it came out, it has grail casted every single month. Just due to really good management and really good grinding in lottos. And that's it. Call of the Underworld. Wonder who this could be. So it was a little bit of an assassin boss, but you can see, like, they're kind of throwing at you these, like, upper 200k health, almost 300k type of, like, mini bosses. They're not particularly, like, crazy, but they are at least, like, hey, you got to do something about it. Ooh, nice crit. Yeah, are you guys in a country mood tonight or something? Actually, I think it's just my random song request hitting it some of the times. So one of the reasons I staggered cards there is just so I'd only have to do one card. as opposed to like doing a full Ibuki chain or anything like that. Ooh, ghost lanterns. Hell yeah. You get those from killing ghosts. Most of the materials are self-evident in that regard, but there's definitely a little bit of a learning curve with what drops what. So we'll try to talk about it every single time I notice it, but some of them may slip by me. So we're already in section 5 here. Babylonia, if memory serves, is a little bit of a longer one. So it's a lot of important story. I highly recommend not skipping it. It does matter. But at least for our purposes, it's just going to be a bunch of fodder nodes for right now. Sorry that I'm asking again. So Musashi is a berserker, so she'll be effective against just about everything. Ushigozin is an avenger, but she does have charge. So charge is usually going to be better for what we like to call oddly structured nodes. So usually level 90 nodes are going to be 333 breakdown, right? Versus 90 plus and 90 plus plus have a tendency to be like 312, 213, 211, 113. Like there's all sorts of different combinations, and that's why charge is really important for them. It's not like guaranteedly gotta have, but yes, in general, that is one of the deficiencies of Summer Musashi, is that she might struggle to handle 90 plus plus nodes because she is entirely refund based. There are 2 more months of grail casting, with Gudu being late November. It's gonna bail you out, so to speak. Yeah, you can get a lot of coins from Gudu. And usually I want to say it's about like a little under like 1 million FP a month to do your grail casting for both grails. Usually. Sorry, Proto Merlin. I need those stars more than you. Gotta get those juicy arts crits. But that's why, like, for instance, Musashi will deal more damage than Ibuki. Ibuki, though, has charge, so Ibuki handles weird node structures better. Just for reference. It was one of the worst experiences that I had in this game. How so? We're actually getting close to leveling up the Mystic Code again. Only country I listen to is Grant McDonald. It's nice. Ushigozin is a crit monster when something allows for critting. Yeah, I mean, like, as long as you have, like, Summer Scotty and OG Scotty to buff Ushi, Ushi's definitely, between the two, probably a better pick for 90 plus plus. Personally, I'm not going to say either is particularly good for 90 plus plus, but that's kind of just me. Whenever we get Violet, what type do you think she'll be? That's a good question. I mean, like, easy money's on stuff like Alter Ego, right? But, like, I don't know. They've been kind of all over the place with that stuff, so we'll see. I don't know what's in the final wave, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do this just for the refund. Why wouldn't she be an alter ego is the better question, right? Whole story is about Kuro assaulting every female servant that was in her viewpoint. So basically Prismalia. Yeah, sometimes I'm gonna say if you're like not particularly predisposed to like a unit, like I don't know, I can understand skipping like certain like interludes and stuff like that if you don't care, or you just outright don't like the unit. Like you still do it, you just don't read it, I guess. I start to wonder whether we would get apology Sankwarts from the NE9 debacle. Probably not, right? Because they just kind of, and I think they like did give a little bit at the time, but I don't remember if it was much. I think it was more like just maintenance courts is really all we got. But I don't know. I feel like at least in the interim, they have reasonably fixed the coin system. And I still don't think that the debacle, oh my god, hell yes. That is enough for Oberon's remaining skills. So that's perfect. But basically, it's like I feel like it wasn't really on the devs. I think the devs knew what the fix was for the system the entire time, and I think it's whoever made the decisions on monetizing the game that really just fucked us all. And I think in that regard, they certainly got like extra money out of people with the way they designed the coin system. However, I actually think it did more harm than good. I think they lost more money than they gained because I think they lost players over the way the coin system was designed. Go with Aikide again. Watch it be. Watch it be our friendly neighborhood Enkidu. Thank you, going for Ushigo's and MP2. Go for it. They give 120 with dev letters? Did they? Okay. I was gonna say I thought I remembered them giving some out, but I could not remember how much. And my instinct was, you know, just small amount. Two enemies. This is not gonna be good for his refund. Particularly the first interludes were very strange and aged like milk. Oh, not all of them. Some of the early interludes were really nice, but Kuro's... Could it be Jaguar Man? It could be. We could already be a Jaguar Man. Yeah, Muramos is not exactly known for his refund. That is one of his issues. Having 50% charge, he's enough to brute force it most of the time, but this is a really, really bad draw for me. I can basically force the loop, but I'm gonna have to use every single instance of charge that I have, and it does not leave me much left in the tank. So hopefully whatever's on the third wave isn't too spicy, or maybe it's something that I can crit. Hope we get Summer Jaguar Man. I'm still upset that all the way back when we had the Year of the Tiger, that they never did anything for Taiga. That was such a whiff. Whoever was like sitting in the planning room before like the year began should have realized that. But yeah, I think like in all seriousness, if the coin system had been designed better from the outset, I think it would have been positive publicity for the game. And instead, the coin system has forever been a negative source of publicity. And I don't think that's a good thing. So, this is spicy, but I'm going to attempt to just crit Jaguar Warrior down. And it's gonna work. 100% crit damage, do a heck of a lot of damage. Especially when you're guaranteed to crit. There we go, we got the Mystic Code level up. She's kind of hot in the final ascension. Oh, absolutely. Is more the trust that they lost that was truly bad? Right, but I'm gonna say trust and player count goes hand in hand. If you don't trust the developer, you're not really gonna play a game. And I feel like they burned a lot of bridges with that. I feel like they deeply upset people. So it is what it is. This might be Jaguar Warrior, might be Enkidu, I don't know. Or it could just be more of the Poison Needle people. So again, just continuing to hedge bets here. Still got Castoria Berserker on the back line. But no, like I feel like there are certain things like that where it's like when FGO is talked about in circles that are external to the game, it doesn't bode well for the game when people can just immediately look to it and say like, yeah, that was crap. That's, oh, they have this system. That's not a good system. Like, I'll give you guys an example of this. When have you ever heard anybody positively discuss USOs? So every single time the USO system has ever gotten mentioned by anybody ever in the history of mankind, it is always used as a negative for the game. And yet the vast majority of people will never even interact with the system. But it's the fact of the system's existence and the way that it works that just make people point to it and go like, hey, this is bad. Wow, this Muramasa actually just got weight roomed. So close to being able to win, but sadly just actually cock blocked right there. And unfortunately, I just used the Invincible Pierce, so I actually don't have a way through Jaguar Warrior's dodge here. So this is kind of just a delay and overcome. Is it just 2 hits? Is it? Oh yeah, hers is not turn-based. My brain did not fully check it. Well, then we'll kill her here. And we got it. I am blind, apparently. But yeah, like, so handling coins that way is not a good thing for the game. Like I said, I'm sure they made extra money off of it. They probably made quite a bit, but when you have to consider players quitting out of frustration, when you have to consider new players that hear about it and it turns them off and makes them not want to come in, I don't think like long term that's a net positive for the game. I think it's actually a net negative. I think like long term, like you said, the other sort of intangibles of like, oh, it impacted player trust and things like that. It's like, yeah, I don't think that makes a player want to roll when that stuff happens. So it's like, They easily could have just handled it better. Glad you brave chained? Pretty much. All right, chat, hold on. So we have a 1-for-1 Spriggan here, and normally this would be kind of nasty. I would not want to tangle too much with this, but I suspect that I can card this out. And we get a lucky crit, and it immediately happens. And I actually technically didn't do the right chain there. I actually should have led with the quick card, gone arts, and then buster. And that would have technically been the highest damage. And of course, it's another Spriggan. Why would it not be another Spriggan? God, I love Babylonia. Yeah, at this point, when you see a scenario like this, I kind of just, I gotta send it. I gotta try to do as much damage as possible here. Spriggans should be Earth, though. So Buki's NP here should do some solid work. So we managed the loop, and we just barely have enough refund, although technically I still had both these in the tank. And now we just send it again, and pray to God. Assassin Spriggans, no less. Yeah, Assassin Spriggans do not want to mess around with them. The idea behind it is Spriggans are already crit fiends when it comes to like stacking crit buffs and hitting you hard. Assassins also just have latently higher crit as a class for like enemy NPCs. So you really just don't want to like kind of get into a knockdown drag out fight, because the Spriggan will win. It will just walk up to you and randomly crit one of your units down. And if you're watching the video and you're like, oh my god, that just happened to me, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that before. Hey, at least we got a spirit root though. Spirit roots are basically what the Spriggans drop, so that is at least a nice consolation prize, because spirit roots are kind of an annoying material as a gold mat. And this is 110% Enkidu. How do I know? I just know. I know based off the location of the node and kind of what we just went through. So in that regard, probably going to go with my Enkido over here. Let her do some solid work. Actually, yeah, I think I'm still going to just keep this Mystic Code. This Mystic Code's sneaky good for things. Although, you know what? Whatever. I'll switch to the actual attack Mystic Code, get the most firepower I can over, say, crit damage. Let's see if they release fifth append without the change in NA. I don't think they will. I think they will give us all of the changes at once for that anniversary, because I think they know. Now, your prior maximum health value was bordering on 700k. Welcome to 2 million. I suspect I do not have to kill Enkidu all the way. Sometimes the game will throw something like this at you, and you're like, wait, what? And this is probably one of those times. Probably. Actually, probably shouldn't have used Okida's charge skill there. I think I go with buff stacking a little bit here. But then I go for a little bit of refund on the cards. What does Bride need to be as good as, better than Okida? Bride and Okida are very different characters. Yeah, I wouldn't even say they're in the same conversation. Bride is a sort of pseudo support slash flexible unit. She can also be a setup unit. Okida is way more of a solo artist and just like raw crit machine. Did it again. That's some thick ass clay, it is. The first fight, I didn't have to kill Enkidu either. Oh, really? Oh, well. I got jump scared when I saw this. Yeah, don't panic if you see absurd health values. Usually there's a gimmick to the fight. The gimmick will be, in most cases, either exist for 5 turns without dying. And, like, you can still lose a unit, just, like, don't totally party wipe. Or wait until the enemy gets its Noble Phantasm off. It's usually one of those two. So we're going to go with the maximum charge. Mighty Chain here for Proto Merlin. Try to get her to another NP. And she should get there. And of course, Enkidu is still just going ham. So currently it is turn 4. We'll go with the Mighty Chain because it's a guaranteed crit. Or percent HP. You can have that, though it is rare. Especially because, like, nowadays, normally instead it's just like break a break bar or something. Okay. So now we're up against Enkidu's NP. Enkidu's NP basically is single target. At least if I remember correctly. I don't know if it'll be changed here, but it is what it is. I'm just gonna go ahead and send it. I don't really care. Take damage, fool. There's some fights that if you lose a specific unit, you lose. Yeah, basically. So like there's a couple different mechanics, but most of them are usually wait 5 turns or wait for the enemy to NP. In this case, it is both turn 5 and the enemy is NPing. So I suspect this is the victory condition, as long as I live. And it's not. So it may be 1 million? I don't know. I'm not actually sure what the victory condition here is. We do have everything for Enkido lined up. But I'm probably going to lose Proto Merlin here. Go with a sort of reverse mighty chain. There we go. It's 6 turns. Or 1 million HP. I'm not sure. But either way, it worked. It could have also been the requirement was maybe like a turn after the NP. I don't really know. Sometimes they do wonky stuff with that. But generally, again, you can see that was a gimmick fight. The fight ended. We didn't actually defeat the enemy. That happens all the time in story. You'll start to see it happening way more often. And that's usually one of your signs is like you get in and you go like, whoa, this seems near impossible or like really, really hard, abnormally so. That is probably a sign that it may have like an early gimmick to it. Switch back to our Arts Mystic code. Like how Gawain's first fight was. Yep. Yeah, so I guess technically we did already face a fight like that. I had not thought about it. I'm smarter than this. I'm not falling for this bait. Even if I don't kill the gazer, it's better to wait if it's just a bunch of single gazer enemies. So gazers are demonic floating eyes. As I've already mentioned before, they're kind of like this game's version of a beholder. But they also have a drop. But apparently not that one. Usually you can tell if it drops something because it'll actually leave a chest behind. Something you can watch out for. You can also see in the top right corner up here of the screen, there is the little chest icon. You can click on it or touch it with your finger, and it will basically show you whether or not you have any sort of items that have dropped in the node so far. You can actually see it before you complete a node if you're curious. Though usually, I just tell you go ahead and go to the end of the node because there's nothing you can do to affect the outcome of the drop. I don't know if they're Earth or not. They probably are. You can click that? Yep. I like how I'm teaching chat all sorts of like random small minutia things, but like it's good. It's good that you guys actually get to see this because some of this stuff is so like especially to veteran players, it's such a known quantity that like nobody really talks about it. It's just sort of little tips and tools of the trade, right? Oh, actually, well, whatever. Didn't want to do that, but it is what it is. Take the effective cards. I learn new things all the time here. Like about the attributes beating other attributes. Yes. Like I said, it's something where some players know it and just never talk about it. Other players just don't know it, and so they don't talk about it. Yeah, so literally all we got was QP from that. That's a big bummer. Would have liked some rare drops, but it is what it is. And I think we end it here. So we got all the way to section 7 already. Story should begin to pick up a little bit after this point as well, but we are still kind of in the meat and potatoes of it. So, but yeah, that's going to be it for me tonight, chat. Let me see who all is on. Chat, it's Babylonia time again. We continue. Because I would like to get this. I would at least like to get to like Solomon Temple of Time before, and maybe have it complete before the 3,000 days. Split node. Oh, we have Wait, we have Merlin. I don't remember getting Merlin this early as a support. Like I knew he's in Singularity 7. I did not remember him being like the go-to here. Sorry, let me switch some of these units out for units I wish to bond. There you go, get Medea in there. Oh yeah, maybe the OG Mystic Code will win out. It might get to rank 10 before anything else. Merlin was pretty early? Yeah, I just didn't remember him this early in Babylonia. That's Merlin with the Buffton P? Yep. Yeah, so if you're ever curious why people say like Merlin might have been a unit that got nerfed, it's because in Babylonia as a support, when you go to use him, so like normally if you use Merlin and you use his Noble Phantasm, it heals at the end of turns. And that's it. That's all it does. In the case of Babylonia, the NPC version that's a support heals up front and at the end of turns. So like it heals when you first use the NP, then it heals at the end of turns as well. So like that's kind of hilarious that they did that. That is a lot stronger because it makes Merlin a little bit more of a like less of a sustain and more of a just like he can immediately respond to damage threats, which is really, really nice. But that is not how he got actually implemented into the game. So I suspect the devs realized that was maybe a little bit too strong, and they said, let's not do that. Literally unplayable now. Yeah, I wouldn't say that by any means. I just realized I never heard from that person today. Oh well. We just barely complete the 3-turn loop. So you can see this is a little bit the power of Ibuki, having that 50% charge. As I've mentioned before, charge is just generally better for like newer accounts and stuff, because you're maybe not going to have as robust a supports. You're maybe not going to have enough like brute force capability to like force people to loop. So having charge on a unit means that they're going to have the capacity to at least help themselves out. This was a 2-2-3 node. So the first wave was 2 enemies, the second wave was 2 enemies, and the third wave was 3 enemies. That meant we only had 2 enemies to hit instead of 3, so it meant our refund was a little bit worse. Ibuki still managed to make it work because she had 50% charge. So it's one of those deals where, like I said, sometimes having the charge can really help out. Usually if you're a refund-based unit, you will have higher refund than a charge-based unit. However, it will also mean that you are more susceptible to changes in a node structure. So instead of having 3 unit waves, you now have 2 unit waves. All of a sudden, a refund-based unit begins to struggle because they maybe don't have enough refund to get through it. So that's one of the reasons why you want to consider other options. And having both is usually the best scenario, but sometimes you just end up in a weird spot. Let's get Medea out of there. She hit bond 5. You can see actually a lot of my account is already bonded up. That's not bad. I'm kind of just trying to focus on units that I think like actually might have an upgrade that I'd want to go for and need. Probably right there. David is also another potentially useful one. Yes. Yeah, no. Babylonia, at least for the early bits, kind of drags on. And then it starts getting like really interesting at a certain point. So here we go. Here's Ishtar, and she has the armlet of Venus. It's gonna decrease damage taken. I actually did not remember this being a fight, so I thought this was like an AoE node of archers. Hence the reason I took Lartoria here. Lartoria should still be able to like do some solid work, but this is maybe not going to be as easy as I maybe thought. Also don't have the right Mystic Code equipped. I'll actually put the quick card third. It's a little bit less damage, but I'll get a little bit better star generation and NP generation. And I'm probably gonna need all the NP gen I can get. You can see she still did decent work. In fact, if I had popped her Buster buff and Oberon's Buster buff, I might have killed. But the question will be, is she gonna like have invuln or something now? And there it is. So that's kind of what I was expecting to happen. All right, so it's 1 turn duration, but you can see she also charged herself. Gotta be a little bit careful here in that regard. We're just gonna go for the mighty chain here. Put Artoria's card third. Try to get as much charge out of that as possible. Oh, right. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. So because she had invuln, even though we had a 100% chance to crit, we can't crit. So because we can't crit, we don't get the additional NP gain that we would get off of normally critting. And you can see she's about to NP, but I'm about to not care. Unfortunately, Oberon soaked some stars from us, but this is still a Brave Chain with a Mana Burst steroid active, so even the third card Buster should do some decent damage if this didn't kill, and it did. Yeah, so there you go. So we dealt 466k, so I probably could have just one-shot her if I had popped everything. Sometimes better to play it safe, but you never know. Oberon's a little bit of a spicy consideration when you suddenly have a boss fight that you weren't expecting and you're relying on Oberon. Because, again, if you use Oberon's third skill, you brick the unit and you don't kill, you're in for a bad time at that point. So you got to be a little bit careful. Just keep going with Pingen. Buki Doji here is really, really nice. He's doing solid work for us, just kind of looping through. We're not requiring too much in the way of other additional inputs. Yeah, I could have definitely used Oberon's NP to put her to sleep for a turn. Could have bought me some time. If you don't know damage calculations, Oberon's risky. And I don't like sit there actively calculating it, but I do kind of like have a just from years of playing and talking about the units and all that stuff. Like, I know about how strong the units are. I know about how much Oberon's damage boost is gonna be. So like, I have a pretty good idea of how much damage I can do. And that's why, like, you saw me go like, wait, if I had actually popped everything, I might have just killed. Because I kind of realized that running like kind of just some like mental calculations at that point. But that's something that you'll learn over time. You'll learn to become familiar with it, and you're probably going to mess it up. You'll probably, if you're using Oberon, you'll get his third skill wrong at times. It is what it is. The worst thing that you can do is like brick a unit when you didn't mean to. So like you accidentally use Oberon's third skill on somebody on turn 2 instead of turn 3 in a 3-turn loop. And you go like, oh crap. Yeah, that can happen. You don't want to do that. Also, and this is actually probably a good time to talk about it, but I've mentioned it before, but it kind of becomes a little bit more relevant over time. So we can see if we look, this is a battle 1 out of 2. So we don't need 3 turns, right? Wrong. There's 6 enemies remaining. So this is still going to be basically a 3-turn loop for me, assuming battle 2 doesn't have that. When in doubt, if you feel like you cannot 3-turn, there are basically 2 different like ways that you can handle it. Obviously, you can throw caution to the wind and you can pop all of your buffs turn 1 and you can still try to go for the 3-turn. But then you might fail and the buffs fall off and you're maybe not close enough to actually land, you know, like the clear, the kill. That can be spicy depending on the comp that you're using or depending on how much health you leave. So if you're ever not sure, one of the best things you can do is not pop any buffs turn 1, card, and then consider popping buffs. Why? Because you might end up securing for yourself the ability to 3-turn from that point on. It is better to kind of fight the initial wave that is usually a weaker wave without buffs than to lose your buff on the 3rd wave that usually has boss enemies with really high health values. You want to be able to one-shot those if you can. Kind of struggling against the front enemies that are pretty weak is usually not a bad draw. So at that point, it's just something you've got to consider, and it really just depends on what you're trying to do. I'll just go ahead and pop Proto Merlin's NP since we managed to have it. A rough estimate, yep. Especially early on, since most of your other units are probably not leveled. Okay, so I can give you guys a little bit of a cheat in regards to that. So, for instance, like, what if I were going to use Oberon with Buki? Well, this is turn 1. How much damage did she do? 290k. Well, there's your ballpark right there. If you pay attention in some of the earlier waves when you're using an Oberon unit, you should kind of know. Now, there are different things that can factor in. Like, for instance, in like Lartoria's case, maybe I had like a power mod active in the first wave or something like that. Or maybe because I'm using like Buster units, I'm in a double coin Skya comp and I'm doubling up skills. So like all of a sudden damage numbers will change. But this does give you a little bit of a ballpark estimate to kind of guess. And you could assume that like Oberon and the amount of impact he's going to have, it's like, oh, he might double the unit's damage. Well, he might not, depending on the unit. It might depend. These are things that you'll get used to over time, but it at least gives you an idea to kind of like go, oh, okay, I see. That's how much I did. Now I can probably get the job done. Versus you going like, oh man, I just dealt 300k and the enemy on the final wave is 800k. I don't think I'm going to clear that one clean unless I factor in, maybe I pop the Mystic Code on top of it. Maybe I get cards. then there's maybe some considerations. And maybe it's just about like not even necessarily outright killing, but getting close enough to the kill. So like the possibility of like, oh, well, I want to play it safe and I don't want to pop Oberon's third skill. So now I end up only doing like 200k here. And then the ghost just starts like AoE chaining me down and kills some units. As opposed to maybe I pop it and it doesn't kill, but I brick the unit. But maybe it's close enough where like, oh, now it only has like 10k and I can just easily card that out. That's still safe, right? But you got to be careful with stuff like that. You got to actually know how much you can do. Also, behold, turn 4. So I did exactly what I should not have done. They'll take the effective cards here and hope for the best. I got 10 more Rider statues to get. Good luck. But yeah, there are different like strategies that you guys can employ, including just being a little bit more observant to the game's mechanics to help yourself out. If it looks like I don't pay attention, it's because I am so used to playing the game after years and streaming the game. I've become very good at multitasking, reading chat, talking with you guys, articulating my thoughts, while still watching everything that goes on the screen. Because I'm so used to where everything is, it's not like information overload to me. But if you're someone that's new, maybe it does get to be a little bit spicy for you, and that's perfectly fine. I understand that. We're gonna go a little bit for the refund here instead of necessarily the damage, but actually we probably should have gone for damage because this is pretty close enough. I keep underestimating this Ibuki's buster damage output. And yeah, there you go. Ghosts can drain you, which is another nasty little impact. They do drop ghost lanterns, but at the end of the day, it kind of just depends on like really what you're looking for from some of these units. But ghosts are, for instance, like I said, a unit that can drain you. So they're one of the units that you maybe need to watch out for getting drained back below 100%. It's not super common, but it can happen, particularly if you like go like, okay, I don't want to NP this turn, and then you let the ghost get a turn and then it does that. That's how you can go like, oh crap. Cat is a pro. I'm not like a perfect player by any stretch of the imagination. I just know all of the mechanics that are going on. Whether or not I execute it flawlessly is an issue. And that usually, like I said, sometimes I do get distracted by chat and I don't like pay close attention. And that's usually where I get in trouble. The more attention I pay, the more like singularly focused I am, the better I am. And that's why like usually if I'm off stream, I actually don't make a whole lot of mistakes. I'm usually pretty good at getting through fights and stuff if I'm not distracted by multiple other things. If I am trying to do other stuff and doing it, and then like I maybe miss a like key thing or something like that, that's not a good thing. And that can definitely backfire on me. I'm getting used to how units work now after a couple of months. Yeah, it's a good idea. Like I said before, if you're new to the game, play around with units. You will find yourself, at least at bare minimum, kind of getting used to things. So I don't know if this is a high health enemy. This could be cats. But I actually think we're gonna go with Tezcatlipoca, ironically enough. And well, we could go with the I don't like that this Tez has a bond C on instead of a damage sheet, but it's still level 100 in P2, so it's going to do a whole lot. And I'll at least get more bond out of it. Ironically enough, there are different bond Cs. I haven't talked too much about them because I don't have any of the mana prisms to get them yet. But basically, you can see there's a bond C like Chaldea Tea Time here, where if you take it yourself, you will only actually get 5%. But if you select it from a friend's support, you will get 15%. So it's really, really nice. It's a good way if you want to put that on units that you want people to take. It's Good way to get a whole lot of FP. So yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and send this and hope that it is not Quetz. But it might very well be. Or it might be more of the Lanugo enemies, I don't know. Ah, thank God. It's the Uridimus. The guys that drop seeds. So, Tez is a weird one. He basically is an AoE arts assassin, but he does really solid damage and has a lot of charge. The thing with Tez is you want to make sure that you pop his third skill first. Why? Because it gives himself guts. His first skill, on the other hand, increases the attack for all allies that have guts, including himself. He'll get more attack on top of the amount of attack that it would normally give by having the guts on himself. Don't worry about like the sunlight battlefield block. It's not like a huge concern, but it is a thing. I actually should have done hers. I did not think about that one too well. Still, it's a 1 out of 1 fight, so whatever. Send it. Do a mighty chain there and hope that this does enough to kill. That face creeps me out. Well, it is a mask, so. There you go. You can see Tez does really solid damage, particularly if you get an invested one like this. Actually, it looks like my Bedivere is bond 5 already, so I can get him out. Have you met Columbus yet? Oh boy. Woo indeed, Belmonte. Do I use Tez with Bar, Gawain, Summer Gareth, or Aussie? Yeah, that's probably a safe bet. Though to be fair, you're probably fine because all of those are buster units, as opposed to like Ozzy, or sorry, Tez himself being an arts unit. So. Yeah, it's just split. I think I'm about to come up against some annoying enemies, though, here. Since the story title is what it is. Actually, I am surprised I have not fought Quetz yet. Or maybe not as far in the story as I'm thinking. So the sea tentacles are an interesting creature. Let's see, what material do they drop? I do not remember. Yeah, that one just dropped QP. Shells? No, they're not normally the ones that drop shells. Usually, demonic crabs drop shells. Yeah, I'm actually trying to think of what the ones that they do. This is anti-sun thing of work to counter Gawain's Grail buff and Camelot. Somebody asked me that when I was fighting him, and I was like, I actually don't know. I suspect not, because it is a fight-specific gimmick, as opposed to the actual, like, sunlight battlefield. Oh, just a calm, cool Enkidu with a even higher health, a bugaloo. Well, shouldn't be too big of a problem. Should easily overcome it. But yeah, I haven't actually done any testing, but I suspect it would not impact it because it is a again, like a guaranteed. Ooh, I chose my cards correct. There we go. So Proto Merlin actually managed to finish Enkidu off. I did just a little too much, or sorry, a little too little damage with the Noble Phantasm. So picking the cards in the way I did actually allowed Proto Merlin to be effective. She would not have been effective against the other enemy. So she was able to deal effective damage against Enkidu, did just enough card damage to kill him, to finish him off after the NP. And then we got to alternate to Ibuki Doji's card, which actually finished it. So sometimes you get a really lucky draw like that. And there we go. We got some Lanugos and Chains. Isn't it a white box buff anyways? Yes. Yeah, the origin is technically not a sunlight battlefield for it. It is a fight-specific gimmick, so it probably does not. But it would be cool if it did. It would also kind of be power creep. Oh boy, a question mark node. I'm going to go ahead and give you some sage advice. If it's a question mark node, look it up. If you don't want to, then my advice is at least to like kind of take like a berserker, because that's just your best bet. Berserkers are effective against everything except foreigners. And spoiler alert, you will not battle a foreigner at all in part 1. So you're safe for that, at least for part 1. Doesn't mean it's the best choice, but have to go with it sometimes. This might be the Lahmu. Just bring Summer Kama. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Oh, never mind. It's a 6 million HP Tiamat. So, long story short, you definitely don't have to kill the 6 million HP Tiamat. We can try, but you definitely do not have to kill her. I'm just going to focus on trying to loop and kill the side ads, which is probably the victory condition, is to kill all ads. Or again, maybe just stay alive for X amount of turns. The problem with Gorgon here is that Gorgon is going to basically deal AoE attacks. They shouldn't hit terribly hard, but they will charge me quite a bit. You can see, look at that NP gain. They're each multiple lasers, multiple hits. So 200% charge on Ibuki Doji there. So the concern though is that not looking too hot on the living side of things. I think everybody else will be fine if I just do that. And maybe that as well. Who is Gorgon? All I see is Tiamat mod check. Yes. Technically the name is Tiamat, but this is Gorgon. And I'm not going to get deeper into that for spoiler reasons, but again, this one is an interesting one, but like I said, usually when you spot something like this, it is a gimmick fight. It is got a like set duration to it or some sort of special win condition. It is not a kill 6 million HP. That is eventually going to be a thing that you'll have to overcome, but at this early stage of the game, no, you do not have to. Okay, just going to pop the party-wide invuln, so I don't have to worry about that. Pop the Mystic Code buff. And steal all of the stars back from Proto Merlin. As well as give myself a crit damage buff. We are going all in on damage output. We're going to go ahead and lead off with waivers NP, and this can actually backfire on me if the win condition is for Tiamat here to get off her her noble phantasm because I just drained her. But usually that's not the case. And since she's not getting to her noble phantasm very fast, it's probably not. Like I said, win conditions probably kill the side ads. So there you go. Oh, well, never mind. It's not over yet. Guess we're gonna pop that and we're gonna continue the loop. And a single white box buff as well. Yeah, they do that sometimes. In the case of Camelot, they're all grail buffs from basically the Lion King. So technically the origin is not the unit itself, it's coming from another unit. So it makes sense that they're like a white box buff. And technically I didn't even look at the white box buff here, but you can see it didn't matter. So again, not sure what the win condition was. It was certainly not 5 turns, because we didn't make it to 5 turns. It probably was kill all enemies, and then she did kind of her special move there, and then from there you probably just had to live a turn. So sometimes they get a little bit convoluted, but they make perfect sense. At least if you've read the story. Do X amount of damage. It could have been. But like I said, given the fact that they gave you 6 ads there, it was probably just kill the ads. Oh, look! An Avenger. So, this is probably one of your first instances of facing an extra class. Avengers are in their own triangle, kind of like how you have like the Knight triangle and the Cavalry triangle for the base classes. Avengers deal more damage to rulers. Rulers deal more damage to moon cancers, and moon cancers deal more damage to avengers. So we're up against an avenger, so we want to take a moon cancer because they will also take less damage from an avenger as well. So it's just actually going for the hard counter. So let's see if we can find a moon cancer on sport. Oh, look! A moon cancer. Now, technically Arcuate is AoE, but the amount of damage output here is probably going to be pretty nasty, so I'm just going to go with it. Because it is what it is. I could certainly put Oberon for more damage synergy, but given the fact that we pretty much know this is a boss fight, Proto-Merlin is probably the safer choice. So we'll just go with that. And I will switch things up here and go with the OG Mystic Code, since it'll at least provide effective damage. Ruler was in Orleans, yeah. But just in case people forgot, because Orleans was a hot second ago, we go with it. Why not regular Merlin? I don't have regular Merlin. In that regard, so if I had regular Merlin, he would actually be easier for me to skill up and level up. Ironically enough. Okay, 2 million HP. I still don't think I have to actually kill, but we can try. Let's just send it. So she is at least skill sealed for right now. So Archetype Earth coming in hot. I got about 261k there. It's not bad. Oh boy. Gotta love how she's skill sealed and she still uses a skill. But it's probably, again, like a fight gimmick. Stuff like that happens, and there's not much you can do about it. However, I can protect the entire party, at least for the duration of this. Unfortunately, I can't utilize my cards effectively because Waver is stunned, so. When in doubt, just put your cards last in that sequence. AKA put them later, the actual effective cards, just so you get the slot bonus, if nothing else. They're still petrified. Is she gonna keep reapplying that? That may be bad. I do not remember what the gimmick of this fight is, so I may be just doing it wrong. I can't. So this is the other problem. I could select this card, but I can't select a Noble Phantasm if I'm stunned. It is what it is. There's no actual like reason I need to specifically press the Noble Phantasm. I just wanted to. But that can come in handy to know if you end up trying to, like, say, use a cleanse Noble Phantasm before somebody else uses their Noble Phantasm, but they're stunned. You won't be able to do it. Even though you could cleanse before their turn, or like their action would be up, the game physically will not let you select a stunned unit's Noble Phantasm during the card selection screen. So it is what it is. Perfect target for Summer Castoria. Sweet. Split again. I do not believe this is a boss. So we will send it. I find it funny that I keep getting the exact same people on support, but it's because I don't have a whole lot of friends yet on this account. I have about 30 right now, which is actually doing really good for an account of this age. But it is what it is. Doman Taimo going in with Berserker. Yeah, I could have used an alter ego there because it was 2 cavalry class enemies. But I just figured I would spend a lot of time fishing for that. Gotta love it. A 1 out of 3. Is probably in my best interest, especially since I didn't take the best Mystic code to kind of just card this one. Now, both my caster and my pretender are not effective against a rider. Just something I've got to be watchful of. Basically, against a single enemy, a Looper's not going to get a whole lot of actual proper refund. So it's why you don't see me like popping buffs or wasting my Noble Phantasm, is because I don't feel like I'll actually get enough to warrant this. So it's better for me to actually just sit here carding if I can. I'm actually using her Noble Phantasm to kind of heal. Because the bugaloo can do quite a bit of damage. Especially now that he has a crit buff. Okay, so now I'm still 1 out of 3. I don't want to NP, but I can potentially 3-turn if I can kill him here. So that's what we're actually going to go after. And we should have the carding power to do it. Ibuki definitely hits hard with her buffs are up. And we will. And we even got the lucky crit. Once he has a few of those buffs stacked, he gets nasty. Yep. Alright, this is unfair, but it is what it is. So, we do again have 50% charge here, 20% charge here, and another 50 here, which means we have 120%. That's more than I need. I will probably not refund too well against this. So what I can do is I can probably do something like pop both attack buffs here. That still leaves me with 50 and basically 40 over here, which is 90%. I can probably get about 10% refund off of one enemy. So we're going to go for it. We're going to pray to God that we kill, because if not, we're in trouble. And our buffs will fall off. But we kill. See, My eyes have gotten so attuned that sometimes I can like actually just tell how much damage I did just from the individual numbers. But sometimes it's a little bit difficult depending on how the actual damage is displayed, because certain NPs are just a little bit nasty with their animations. I mean, up with the Sphinx, it was a 111 node, but we still managed to do it in a pretty like decent time, considering we did not have like an actual single target unit to loop through. But this is basically just a monster battle node at this point. And it looks like we got a gold drop, so there you go. We got all 3 gold materials. They were probably guaranteed or had a really high chance, but I'll take it. Certainly better than having to farm them. Mount Ebba. So I think this is actually probably a good stopping point. We're now in section 10. We're nearing about the like halfway-ish part of the story. So now we're getting somewhere in Babylonia. Babylonia is gonna start getting harder from here on out. But like I said before, this is a good stopping point. So we'll stop here. I don't think it's bad to reference other stuff. I think my issue is when you are quote unquote referencing a competitor that is still active in your own genre. You're not homaging them. You're not referencing them. You're stealing, right? It is what it is. It's just theft at that point. Tekutaku saved the world, remember? I'm gonna be real with you. The Tekutaku saved the world line is one of the most BS lines ever, and it makes me laugh because it's pretty clear that they're just in the business of making money. Sure, they do some nice stuff like charity-wise. I've heard some of the stuff that they've done. I don't care. It's a drop in the bucket to them. I've been knowing they had Fate references to made Honkai Impact 3rd. That's interesting. I've not like looked at Honkai Impact the 3rd because at least from my understanding, HI3 was never as big of a game, right? Like it was, I knew of it, but I've only really ever known like 2 people personally that played it. Beyond my sphere of friends, certainly there are plenty of people that I've known that played it, but like I never really like looked into it in that regard, right? But what was it? Did I see? I also okay, so like, and this is more to the exact same point. I saw people trying to claim that macchiato in Girls Frontline 2 was stolen is it Kafka, right? From HSR. That macchiato was derivative of Kafka. And it was so funny to see that because it was one of the biggest times that I have ever seen like any like MiHoYo fan get slapped down. They got hit with functionally the equivalent of what's it, the Mr. Blue Sky meme of like 50 characters with purple hair that existed before Kafka. And it was fucking hilarious. Because Kafka, if anything, was based off of either Wa2K, who is macchiato, or Shisha. In fact. And it's probably a blend of both. And again, there may be like some old HI3 character that it's based off of. That I don't know. But it was just hilarious to watch the Girls Frontline 2 people clap them back. I heard a similar thing, but replace macchiato with Dala from Nikkei? Dala from Nikkei. Let me see. I don't think I've seen that one. Dala from Nikkei is 100% based off of Y2K. 100%. Okay. Allow me chat. Macchiato, aka Y2K. So when it sounds like I'm saying Y2K. God damn it. I closed it, chat. I'm sorry. It sounds like I'm saying Y2K, but I'm saying WA 2K. So you're saying Dala from Nikkei, and this is just looking at the headshot. Yeah, 100%. 100%, even to the point that she has the thing slung over her shoulder, which is a very common thing that she has. So, like, yes. Yeah, no. No, 100%. That's probably stolen. Like, does it make it bad? Like, can you not like the character? No, it's just like, I guess people should be respectful, and you shouldn't be like, oh, this character, yeah, this character stole it from. No, it's like you're getting it backwards. Like, if the character's older, you probably fucked up. Yeah. That's one of the closest ones I've seen in a hot second. Like, that was basically, hey, copy my homework, just change it a little bit, and they changed the eye color from red to purple. Like, WA stands for Walther, yeah. Is that Bizette, though? I mean, she does look very similar in that regard. Okay, so let's... Where were we? We were on Mount Ebba. Ebba. So let's get started on this. We're going to continue on with Babylonia. And... if I remember correctly, there's a little bit of spiciness involved on Mount Ebba, but I don't think it should be too bad. We'll just keep it going. Keep kind of working our way through. And the Agent 46 gun? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the Hitman gun is based off of James Bond. I think it is a thing. Oh, sorry. No, you're referring to the WA2K, right? Although I think James Bond uses a WA2K at one point. But yes, I do believe Hitman does as well. Still, wouldn't surprise me if they are referenced. It's gonna be more of the same of this, isn't it? Earlier I didn't do this. I went through them one by one, but this time I'm just kind of like, let's go. It's in one of the movies at least. Yeah, I need to sit down and watch the James Bond movies again. They were like, they're not like the best movies or anything like that. They're just kind of like fun to me. I like watching them. I was saying it's the same company, yeah. Yeah, I get they're both Walthers. Do it again. But it's been a hot minute since I watched the Bond movies. Hitman games, I haven't touched Hitman 3 because I don't like the way the modern Hitman games release. They do like mission packs and you have to pay for missions separately. The definite way to do it is to wait until they're like all out and all on sale and then scoop them. But in general, like, I don't even know that I'll get the third game because I don't think it, like, I don't feel like the second game and buying all the mission packs was worth it for me. Like, they were fun, but it was just kind of like, I'm not gonna say one and done. I went back and played some of the stuff and did some stuff, but like, I don't feel like I got my money's worth out of it. All this just reminds me of how Taimanin has one character who's blatantly designed after the female lead from Zone of Enders 2. Zone of Enders 2. I don't know if I've seen Zone of Enders. Yeah. Maybe. I could see that. I mean, is what it is. Like, I'm gonna say at that point, like, we all know what Taimanin is. So, like, to me, it's like, if you're not competitive, if you're not, like, trying to, like, take the spotlight from somebody else and you're just, like, making reference, I think that's fine. I think, like, that sort of thing is okay. As long as you're not, how should I put it? Like, as long as like what you're doing is not like monetarily harming the company that you're like getting the idea from. But I also get that that sort of thing can be tricky. This is a split node, and the fact that they're recommending Lancers against Sabers is kind of laughable. You'd be better off just taking a straight Archer at that point or something, but I think at this point we just go Berserker. Keep doing what we're doing. It's the sexy ninja game and they know that. Yeah. And I feel like, you know, there's something to be said about like knowing what your like IP is and what like its selling point is. It's kind of nice in that regard. Although I feel like I've heard that like Taimanin's trying to go like legit, kind of like how Fate started out as like an Aerogay and then eventually like it just kind of went legit itself. But I feel like at least the way Fate did it is like it immediately like turned around, made a safe for work version of its game, and then like went on from there, right? As opposed to like Taimanin's 100% been like making bank on being like a NSFW thing for a long time. I feel like it's way too late to try to change it, because if you're somebody that likes that IP, you're 100% like, oh yeah, this is my jam now. And so it's like, if they tried to make that go safe for work, I think it would just piss people off. So Ishtar is going to be a little bit of a problem here. We can try to kind of just go all out a little bit, because we have a lot of charge. She does have the Armlet of Venus, which may cause us some problems. Unfortunately, she's also probably not Earth trait, so I don't think Ibuki will have super effective damage against her. She should be Sky attribute, because not only is she divine, but she's also floating. So, if Ishtar's not Sky, that would be kind of wild to me. I'd say the idea that Y2K was overblown is one of the most... It's one of the conspiracy theories that truly annoys me. I'm a business analyst. I worked on significant remediation projects. Yeah, I think there was a lot of work done prior to Y2K to make sure that it would be as painless of a transition as possible. I don't think it was the doomsday that people were expecting it to be, but I don't think it was nothing either, right? At least pop the defense up. Go for the triple arts. Give myself the charge, since I can't get through the invuln this particular... Oh wait, no. Ibuki has the removal, doesn't she? I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting that this girl has that. Yep. So that is a misplay on my part. But at least it allows me to save a little bit here, and Ishtar shouldn't have Invuln Pierce unless she takes an action beforehand. So we should be okay. Things could have gotten nasty, yeah. Suppose it ties back to sex because of the games. Yes, I believe that is the way that works. Like I said, I'm not like super familiar with it. I'm just aware of it, right? I keep forgetting Summerbuki is defensive buff removal because everything is framed invulns these days. Yeah, it's so weird to like actually see just a normal invuln a lot of the times, because like what chat's referring to is basically these like framed white box buffs. They're unremovable. You can't do anything to them because they are a fight specific gimmick. So it makes it at least somewhat difficult to deal with sometimes. And so you just have to be careful. But like as a result, it's like you don't think about buff removal a lot in certain cases because it has times where it's really useful, but it has plenty of times where it's not useful at all. And so like you get used to kind of thinking like, oh, I can't remove this. I found a list of guns in Fate Zero. Nice. It's actually kind of cool. Wait, did Kiritsuga use the mod 2K as well? Interesting. I did not realize. I guess, yeah, he did try to like basically like snipe people at points, so. He also used a nice good old fashioned bazooka. Might have used it from the crane sniping, yeah. Although, let's be honest, chat, that's not a realistic depiction. Okay? Because, of course, like, not only is it difficult for him to, like, scale that crane and get up there and actually, like, take that shot and hit that shot, but it is so unrealistic because it didn't have, like, the scope glint on it. Like, that was the problem, is that, like, nobody could see Kiritsugu shooting from the crane. So it's completely unbelievable because I've been led to believe that every single sniper rifle has a massive fucking like searchlight on it whenever you go to shoot. Now we're up against the Berserker and now we have Ishtar. Well, I can think of what we should be fighting after Ishtar, but this is not what I'm thinking of. So this could be interesting. In fact, that is a very good Durga. Let's go with that. What didn't Kiritsugu use? Magic. Khad, what would you choose between NP5 Summer Melt or NP1 Lancer Raiko for the ticket? Oh, okay. So is Summer Melt waifu for you? Because if she's not, the 5th copy's not going to make a huge big deal. Meanwhile, NP1 Lancer Raiko is at least some nice utility. So that really depends. If she's your like, man, you just really are jonesing to complete her, then go for it. I don't see a problem with that. But for me personally, depending on how badly I needed the 5th copy of Summer Melt, I think I would just go for the Lancer Raiko for the kit. It's a 1 out of 3 against golems, which as we know are sky attribute. At least some of the time. Is it 1 turn? No, it's 3 turn duration, so I actually should have popped all of this the first time. counterpoint time magic. No, I mean, like, he technically used magic with his bullets, but yeah. What's up, Kestari Alter? It still bothers me that in FGO assassins are weak against casters when Kiritsugu easily messed up Kaneth. Yeah, I've actually felt like it should be the reverse. That, like, so, and this is kind of true of like all the triangles, I feel like, but it is what it is. So like in FGO, caster beats assassin, which beats rider, which beats caster. I actually feel like basically assassin should beat the entrenched caster in their territory. The entrenched caster in their territory should be the only one that has the firepower to take out a rider, and basically the rider should just be able to run down an assassin. That's how I feel like it should be, but I get it. It's just the way the game works. They had to make a decision. This will not leave me very much refund. But I guess we gotta go with it. Hope for the best. Didn't Medusa dropkick Hassan in the face? The triangle was all wrong. Well, I mean, in a similar way, right? Like, it's like, oh, Saber beats Lancer, Lancer beats Archer, and Archer beats Saber. But, like, we don't really get too many instances of any of that. If anything, like, Saber beats both of them most of the time. And the exception to the rule is just maybe Gilgamesh. But it is what it is. Like, again, this is the difference between like lore and game mechanics. Is like sometimes with game mechanics you just have to have a choice. But Medusa had Mud Grail power up. I mean, listen, we can argue till the cows come home about who had what power up. Come on, charge me. Unfortunate. I have to take Durga's third card because, like, if I don't, she's not getting to the NP probably if the boar does his crap again. So she actually would have, but basically the boar kind of had the option of just choosing not to. I'm gonna stun him actually this turn. Mr. Ash, thank you for the 54. Tired, no funny meshes this month. Were you out on a job today, Ash? Saber beats almost everyone. They said time and again that Saber is the best class. Yeah, and it's kind of funny that like in FGO, Saber is at times. So it just is what it is. It's not like an inherently better class by any stretch of the imagination. Stain, on the other hand, is a story, so not so much. Yeah, and the other issue at play is that Nasu has a very like peculiar storytelling style where he overemphasizes things and tries to make things seem like they're the most like insane extremity that they possibly can be. So like, for instance, Nasu sitting there saying that Ku has an undodgeable attack, and then Saber manages to use her Ultra Instinct to dodge it. And so you're sitting there and you're like, wow. And there's also a point like in the VN where it's like Shiro basically says the line because he like sees in his mind Hercules cutting Saber, and he's like, I watched her die. And then like 2 seconds later, she's not dead. So it's like the way the story is written is to make you like, it's basically cathartic. It's trying to like evoke that emotion from you. It's trying to like make you feel like something like insane has happened. And then like it gets walked back like 2 seconds later. What if you just iframed the undodgeable attack? Well, but the problem is the undodgeable attack reverses causality. What does that mean? I don't know, man. But it hit you. Except in the case of Saber, who has instinct enough to know not to stand there. In that regard, I think you could argue that like instinct is one of the most poorly implemented skills in FGO. It just absolutely, like, to me, instinct should probably be the dodge skill. But it is what it is. Rider. Okay. Now this one I understand what it is. You probably do not want to take Merlin to this, assuming this is the fight that I think it is. Let me double check. It is a 5 AP, but we'll see. Assuming it is the fight that I think it is a hefty boy, and we probably would like a nice single target assassin to nuke from orbit. Also, how can Roaius defend against Kuzan P again? It basically just slows it down and stops it. It's so many layers of defense. Gabol's Curse is like the first time you get a taste of how nonsense the setting can be. Oh yeah. Oh, it's not. Thankfully, Kama should not be good alignment. Kama should be evil. But just double checking. She is chaotic evil. So we made the right choice. I forgot about Quetz. I was thinking I was fighting Gugalata, and I was not. Quetz is interesting. This is not going to be the last time you fight her. But basically, as you guys can see, she nullifies damage from good alignment enemies and decreases attack by half for balanced and evil alignment enemies. So you're not going to deal a whole lot of damage to her, but balanced, evil, or somebody that is not one of those alignments, like, for instance, summer alignment, can get you a long way. You can defend against it, you just can't dodge it. That was the premise, basically. It's basically like heat-seeking is the idea behind it. But if you iframe the moment causality is reversed to make it whiff. I don't think you can iframe causality is the issue. The good news is as well is that Kama can charm, so I don't know what the win condition is for this fight, but it may get kind of hilarious. I got 80%. I'd like that crit damage, but just gonna kind of try to keep whittling her down. Hopefully not allow her to get a turn, as she guarded it that time. So now Quetz is gonna go on a little bit of a rampage. Oh, she gave herself guts. Yeah, so Waver is in a little bit of trouble. He is a caster. So a lot of Kama's buffs are going to fall off here, and we didn't get to the third MP, but it is what it is. We didn't get Kama's arts card on turn 2 or turn 1. What are the John things from? John Elden Ring? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's basically a play on John Doe. which is the name that people give a... Technically, it's the name that people give a dead body when they're not sure what the... when they're not sure what the, like, the identity of the corpse is. When people can't decide what to name a game's character. Yeah. Like, are you playing Baldur's Gate? Do you need to come up with a character's name? It's John Baldur. Ah! Come on, don't end it. I want to be able to actually kill her here. So, like, again, I suspect this is a, like, win... We got the kill? I was gonna say, I suspect this is a win condition where you probably have to, like, last 5 turns against her. But, well, we got the job done. There we go. That is Bond 5 for David. So I can probably switch who's in my backline now. Of Baldur and Baldur adventuring, yes. Baldur Dash. Oh, good old-fashioned question mark. So I believe this one is our good friend Tiamat. Tiamat, as you guys know her. And so this one I may want to play in an interesting way. Oh, I don't have my own personal Castoria Berserker up. Interesting. I guess I can... do my stuff here. Got 3 copies of that. This one's still probably better for right now. Oh, the damage cut's actually not terrible on a Berserker. When are we getting this Tiamat summer version? That's a good question. It doesn't matter until there's a tiny guts in play when it suddenly does matter. Well, it just ended at that turn. I would have killed her on the next turn, because I assume at minimum it was probably like a 5-turn issue. Really? Oh, Waver, you did it, you beautiful bastard. Still not gonna kill, but like... Oh, wow. Wow. You calm the hell down, sir. Actually, I'm gonna take that instead of the cleanse for the heal. Okay. I don't have the version that has the heal on it yet. Got a full-blown waiver chain here, too. Yeah, I think we just let them go and hope they don't kill Castoria Berserker. That would be bad. Sometimes you get really bad RNG and the AI will just kind of go after you. Usually you do not. Usually it's not this bad where you just kind of keep getting poked out by the same person. It'll alternate across. Not exactly ideal. I did not want to have to use an NP here. But basically my main damage carry is going into whatever the final wave is, pretty low health. Okay, it's not what I expected. Go with the Brave Chain. Especially when you're working with Castorias, the Brave Chain is really nice because you basically are just going to be getting yourself back to an MP faster. Dan Dealey, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You get your Summer Medea, but it's Medea Lily. Please no. Okay, nobody hit her. Surprising. We're gonna get rid of Mr. Crit Happy Boy here, though we have to be careful of the 3-turn NP. And we still have a full Brave Chain, so we take those. If I'm lucky, I get the crits, and this fight's over. Hello, Stan. As soon as you know what's going to happen, Summer Medea Lily, it will be, pretty much. If we get a Summer Medusa, it's going to be Saber Medusa version. I mean, I wouldn't hate that, per se. Like, I don't think there's a problem with it. But yeah, that's something we've talked about before, is that usually if they pay attention to characters, they have a tendency to pay attention to the FGO specific variants, rather than, like, say, like, for instance, OG Saber, who has gotten... I mean, she's got, like, buffs and stuff over the years, but she's not really gotten any, like, story attention. Which is... back to the point I was making earlier on stream, why I said what I said. Is like, yeah. Okay, so that's section 11 done already. How willing they are to recast regular Medea. I think it's really just going to come down to like what their plans for the future are for the Fate IP. And I really do mean that. Like, I've seen people say like, oh, they will not recast her. And I'm like, no, we actually see Japanese VAs getting recast all the time, even in the cases of like death and stuff. It is not irregular. However, if they don't plan to do anything with the character really ever again, then they don't have to recast her. But if they're like, oh, like for instance, let's say they did have like a Fate remake or something like that in the works, naturally you would have to recast her. That'd just be something that you would have to do for that to be able to succeed. So it really just depends on what like Nasu's plans are long term. Okay, I was gonna say, it's like not letting me grab the support all of a sudden. Really don't want to keep her on the back line too much, just because reasons. You can see I have it sorted by bond level, and like the problem I keep having is most of my units are already like bond 5. Mash is like free, so I don't even need to do that. She'll get there eventually. She's 0 party cost, which is really nice. On my own, here we go. Let's get Medusa leveled up. I'm mostly thinking about things like upgrades and stuff, and like the likelihood as well of me leveling the character. So you'll see me kind of just work on people, trying to get them to Bond 5. The goal being to get every single one of my units that I had possess at least to Bond 5. Obviously, you get them higher, and there's nothing wrong with that, but because Bond 5 is usually the point at which you'll have unlocked at least the bond requirement for any strengthening or interludes. And so that way, like, then I just have to, like, level the character up, ascend them usually through, like, their 3rd ascension. And from there, then they're good. So, like, getting characters through their 3rd ascension is usually not too terrible long term. Short term, sure, it feels awful, but, like, long term, it's usually something that's pretty easily doable for most characters, and it takes a lot less materials to ascend someone as it does to skill them. So this is why we say, like, you should probably level everybody. You should probably bond up everybody. Even if you don't have an intention to use the character, getting access to all of their strengthenings and interludes will, 1, kind of prep them for if you do need to use them, and 2, get you access to a bunch of free resources they can drop, and 3, give you, like, basically, like, milestone progress and other things. Oh, Jaguar warrior. Give me that triple arts. Bond 5 and 444, everyone. You don't necessarily even have to skill them up, but like I said, it's just a case of like for instance, 444ing everyone's really easy, assuming you have skill gems. So if you have done like lottos and stuff, that's a pretty easily doable thing. They remake the Fate route anime in 15 years. I mean, yeah, it might be a long time, but like, I will at least say this, at least probably into the future, they'll have better capability of like making high quality productions. So like, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if we had to wait longer. Other than like, you know, I'd like to see it before I die. But I am at least worried about like in the anime industry, the trend of like, kind of outsourcing a lot of work and like kind of just working all the animators to death and stuff like that. So it's like, I worry that the future for the anime industry might not be as bright as it has been in the past. Khad, do you ever think we're getting Saber Wars 3? This basically all boils down to, do I ever feel like they're gonna support the game after the end of part 2? I do feel like yes, but I don't feel like that's a 100% yes. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they're doing. I'm making this content with the idea that like you guys can kind of get prepped, get ready in time for Ordeal Call 4 and stuff like that, but also like understand how the game works, understand how to develop your account, that sort of stuff. Teach you guys how to actually play the game. Because I feel like that's important. I feel like if you understand the game and you know how to play it, you will at least have a better concept of kind of what to do and how to manage your account. And long term, that's good, assuming there is a long term for the game. And I do believe there is, but what form that will take, we don't know yet. We will have to get to next year basically to see. I'm gonna go ahead and invuln her just to get me that, since I don't have a lot in the way of charge here. Have I been cursed with Angry Mango in this account yet? No, I have not. Kind of funny. Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily going to just recast her for a summer unit. I feel like Medea, OG Medea Summer is probably off the table. But I guess the question is, who voiced Lily? Was it also her? Because if that's the case, then Medea Summer is out of the question regardless. Oh no, I've been debated. So we're gonna go into the final battle here with nothing left in the tank because I was not paying attention and I did not look at how many enemies there were. But yeah, I would love to see a Saber Wars 3. I feel like that'd be a really interesting one because you know, I'm a huge Star Wars fan, so I love like the concept of like Saber Wars just because it's like a cool like space version of all the characters. But I would still like to see it. I just hope we don't get a 2.5 before part 3. Yeah, I kind of agree. The problem will be if they're not prepared for it. So like, it really just boils down to like, do you believe Nasu when he says that like they need a break and that they're like they had always planned for the story to have a conclusion here and stuff like that. I feel like he's saying some of those things in like half truths, that he's not lying, but I also feel like he's saying some of it basically because he knows that like this is kind of what he needs to do to throw people off the scent. That is to say, if they believe that the story ends here, it'll be much more impactful when it continues. And it's just something that that Nasu has a history of doing. And he's been working that angle for a while. Do you think we'll ever see another Luvia face, or do you think Estrella is the only one? I'm not going to say like never on that sort of thing, but I don't think it's got high odds. Like, for instance, this is... Well, we only have 2... 3... 4... 5 Ren faces? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. So it's like, it's pretty clear, like, even for one of Fate's main heroines, that they, like, they don't necessarily go all out on that stuff. Ishtar and 2 Arish, yeah. Okay, so it is a different VA. Interesting. Yeah, then maybe you do get a Medea, Lily. I mean, to be fair, we already kind of felt like that would be the case anyways because of FGO stance on that stuff. Medea Lily's VA is Nursery Rhyme's VA. Also Fran and Mary Reed. Interesting. They had 10 years to do Summer Medea. They're not going to do it now. Well, hey, look, they had 10 years to do Summer Lolter. I still expect it. Okay. Okay. I see how it is. Honestly, I feel like these are just fodder and it's better to loop over them anyway, so we're just gonna send it. Irregardless. Caster Arish would be nice. I always thought they would do like an Assassin Arish. That's what I thought like Summer Arish was gonna be, was Assassin Arish. And then they never did that. But I don't know. I feel like they can at least do more with the Ren faces. It's been a thing for a hot second, obviously. May as well take the free charge on the supports. Give me Ryder Summer Koyan. I will see. Original FSN and Tsukihime units will always slay me. Yeah, it's so wild. I get why they kind of like want to go with newer stuff, but also at the same time, it's like you need to cash in on the nostalgia. I do feel like that's one of the problems that this game has, is that it does like there's such a thing as like nostalgia baiting and like constantly doing nostalgia. But I feel like this game actually doesn't cash in on its nostalgia nearly often enough. Newer stuff hasn't been as good as older stuff. I think that's a matter of perspective, but I don't know, right? Like, I feel like it really just depends on your tastes and how you feel about the new stuff in particular and the new units. Like, if you like the new units, you're all like, oh, hell yeah. This will be a bit spicy. Hopefully the Sphinx is considered Earth attribute. And of course, now I get the Brave Chain. We good with that. Could go for more damage, but I don't think this is gonna kill, so I'm gonna go for more refund. Do you think we'll get Zelrich? No. I remember hearing people freak out when Arcuid came into the game and they thought that the game was ending because of that. And I said, no, why would it end because of that? That's like, I get it, but no, right? If Zelrich comes into the game is ending. I don't see any way around that. And I'm not meaning like making a cameo. I mean, like, if Zelrich becomes a playable character, this game is toast. There's just no way you're balancing that. I'm sorry. He would have to be like severely limited. Maybe make it like young Zelrich or something. We need more clap bat and fake go. Wait, what do you mean? I'm surprised we don't have more of the Samurai Remnant cast yet. There's a lot where like it feels like they have not like fully cashed in, and that's where I think like the issue is purely it's like a pacing issue mixed with a developer like time and resources issue. Why do I feel like that's Quetz again? Yeah, why do I feel like that's Quetz? Why do I feel like that's Quetz? Because it's cats. No. This is actually one of the best parts of the story. This is Sky High Rider Justice Buster Bomb. If you know, you know. Am I gonna watch FNAF 2? I never saw the first FNAF. I've never played FNAF actually. But I'm also not like a huge horror guy, I guess. Not that I can't like dabble in it or play horror games, just that like, I don't know. Yeah, we only have the one card for her right now. I am worried that Quetz is gonna just grill me. Do it like that. Free card, get the arts in, so that way I at least get the extra NP gain on the quick card here. Hey, what's up, Master? Later, King. One down, one in. Because it's Cats, true. Quetz is such a like I like Cuckoo, don't get me wrong, but Quetz is such a character that is like underutilized, I feel like at this point. I feel like a lot of people like Quetz and they have barely given her any attention whatsoever. That 100% Buster card's too good to pass up. Cat's buff win? Yeah, she definitely needs a buff. And she also needs, like, another cameo. Like, I'll be honest. I, like, low-key, I want to see, like, a Cuckoo and Cats, like team-up thing. I feel like that'd be great. Bye, waiver. Real shame. Oh, the stun missed. Well, we're in my back line now. That's not a good thing. Screw it. Go with the mighty chain. Problem is Lady Avalon's probably gonna die here soon, too. Well, level 1 backline characters be what they be. Oh, Fubukotora's leveled already. I forgot about this. Yep. And she guarded one. Should have popped that first. Dodge is probably better over here, but I would have liked the critical star generation. Hey, we're just gonna go with it. We have a triple quick chain. I have lost some of her buffs. Watch as I charm her. Ah, I missed. Okay. Boy, that was a good evade. Now we stun her. So I could wait a turn and stun her, but I feel like Lady Avalon will just bite Zadusto if I do. So we're gonna play for, like, getting that guts popped if possible. Okay, now Quetz is gonna do her thing. That's not really gonna expire, so I'm just gonna let it. On crit. Ah. I wanted that arts card to crit. Should have put it in third slot. Alright, Cats, pick someone. And Sky High Rider Justice Buster Bomb! See, this is why Quetz needs more attention. She is such a great character. Alright, meanwhile, I'm sorry, Quetz, but it's time for you to go. Jack is also a really good unit to use here, and she can also buff strip Quetz. So, like, you don't even have to worry about her potentially getting the guts. Or again, like, you can also use someone like, say, like Nero Bride as a support, because she's not only a neutral class, but she's also Chaotic Bride as a alignment. So, like, there's different ways you can get through Cats. You just have to be careful. Find people that are either evil balanced or not good. Just don't take someone who's good. Someone who's good cannot do crap there. And there we go, we leveled up. When was the last time I saw that MP animation, right? Uma has a buff coming up next year, so I think that fixes her Imperial privilege. I believe so, yes. Yeah, a lot of the divine characters have pretty decently strong debuff resistance, ironically enough. Yeah, Castronito's a good farmer. Herc is okay here since he's neither good nor evil. Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think he's what is it? Chaotic Berserk or something like that? Hold on. I always forget what Hercules one is. Chaotic Insane. Yeah. He is Chaotic Insane alignment. A saber. Do you have a saber enemy here? Gonna take the Durga. Gonna flip a coin on Wednesday to determine which servant to get. Go for it. Take bad servants to beat Quetz. Yes. Same with Zerkalot and Mori. Yep. Ah, yes, chat. A luchador. Of course. Let's see what he has. Increased damage dealt against Divine. Fantastic. Good thing I brought a Divine Archer. Let's not let this guy hang around. So you're going to see me pop Proto Merlin's NP, aka Lady Avalon's NP here first, just because it's literally just me trying to get that additional like 5% charge per turn. Get smoted. Durga doing Durga things. It's gonna be another single enemy, isn't it? Oh no, it's just 2 luchadors now. I am definitely not gonna have enough on this final wave, but you know what? We're good at least here. If only he had a luchador mess, that would actually make me laugh. I'm sorry. I don't remember. Did I get Durga on my NA or was it my JP? I think it is my NA. Mighty chain it. Yeah, I think it was a GSSR spook. Well, I say spook, but I think you got her from a single. Ooh, I didn't do my my JP story single, chat. You were reminding me about that. I still haven't missed one as far as I know. But I certainly have, I'm not gonna say like cut it close, but like realized right as I was going to bed. Which resets at like, I think 3 p.m, so. And this is why you don't want to let a Spriggan hang around. This man, if he gets a hold of Durga, is going to blast her. So the idea is not to let him. Like, bro will literally just, like, obliterate with stuff like that. Hey Cat, is one Gina worth getting? I like her design, but I don't know if I should wait for a 5th copy of Castoria. I mean, the 5th copy of Castoria is not necessarily a big deal. I mean, if you want to, go for her. I don't think one Gina's a unit that has held up very well, but she's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. She just hasn't really gotten anything over the years here, and there are other single targets that people have a tendency to prefer. But if you like, you know, the fact that she's quick oriented, that can definitely work to your advantage. I would also blast Durga if I got a hold of her. Understandable. You'll notice a lot of times too, like for instance with Ibuki here, I'm not choosing the Ibuki that has Black Grail. This Ibuki would do a whole crap ton more damage than even the NP2 one that I'm taking. The reason I'm not choosing it is because that starts with 0% starting charge, and that is going to rely on me having to have a whole lot of refund. Currently, we don't have Castoria, but I probably will be rolling Castoria literally in 2 more days. So getting a Castoria, working on her, getting her online will go really far for being able to make a damage dealer loop for me. Because I already have Proto Merlin, I already have Waver, so that will kind of be a third, like, art support. And I say third, Castoria would technically be the primary art support at that point. But it will help me out a ton for things like this. And then the loop ability will get a whole lot stronger. So you see me taking ones that have starting charge instead because it just kind of works a little bit easier for me. It allows me to get through the node in as painless a way as possible, which is really all I'm trying to prioritize here. Most of these nodes are not too difficult, especially with this setup. If you're struggling at this point, again, my advice is to basically go and work on some of your units. If you need advice on things like supports and stuff like that, like even someone like Hans can be a really good one, and he is a 2-star. So he can at least kind of be a like miniature sustained support for you. You have to be a little bit careful with his health, but that is what that is. But like the idea behind all of this should be that you want to get yourself to a point that you can quickly clear these nodes. It doesn't have to be a 3-turn, but at least like kind of get through them in a pretty consistent basis without like worrying about like going deep into your back line and the run falling apart and things like that. Pull for one Gene almost entirely because you like the character. Yep, 100%. And like I said, I don't think one Gene is bad. I just don't think one Gina has a like real big standout reason to pick her either. So it's basically a like, do you like the character? And we made it through in 3 turns. This is going to be a 3-turn loop for us. Assuming we kill the Gazer, which we should. It should be Earth attribute. Certainly not man. At least it shouldn't be. Story locked units are a pain to NP5. They really are. It just is what it is at that point. One Gene is good, but in terms of single target quick, there's been new Dante's Shisho with a skill buff and comma and P buff, which all steal a turn. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't really feel like one Gene is very standout at the current point in time, so there's no real dire reason. Okay, just back to Babylonia. And Babylonia will trudge on like this a little bit. There is story that's going on. It's really like cool and intriguing, but there's gonna be a lot of fodder nodes like this where we're just kind of fighting off enemies. But you'll notice there will be a point where the story to this singularity really picks up, and when it does, it becomes really clear. I've got an OG Atalanta and 2 5-star Cs so far. An OG Atalanta and 2 5-star Cs so far. Yeah, that honestly, that does not sound like that good by comparison, because for instance, I know somebody that has already gotten 3 SSRs off of it. Don't worry, I'm right there with you. Like my results have been kind of middling, if not that good, right? But yeah, I have a friend that has gotten 3. It is what it is. My second Bedivere copy? I mean, that's actually kind of nice. I think like that's one of the reasons that they should keep it around is for things like Bedivere copies or Castor Coup copies, like characters that are kind of annoying to get otherwise. I feel like would be really like a good thing for them to do. Yeah, let's do that. That gives us 60%. I'll also do Lady Avalon's Noble Phantasm. I got my last copy of Surfmo and 120 to her today. Hypers, nice. One Quetz and three SRs for me on those JP story rolls. Nice. Asclepius, yeah, Asclepius would be a really good get. I mean, the problem is, again, like, story banner is story banner, so you'll see, like, for as many times as you get something, there are also plenty of times that you do not get something. Like, and even the thing that you get is, like, maybe something you already had. This is usually why people tell you not to roll story. It's not because you can't get good things. It's because the odds of getting good things are not really in your favor. It is very easy for the game to be like, ha, no, there is your 18th copy of Fion. Or like, you wanted Bedivere, but here is Faber instead. There's just nothing you can do about that. Well, I guess we're gonna go with a resist card. Let's go with one that with a 50% crit chance. Old Man Lee right after completing LB3. Nice. Still an MP4 Asclepius on JP. It happens. So far I've come out empty-handed. Yeah. But no, I think in general having the free story roll is good, and I also think that at the end of the year they're going to extend it and make it a permanent feature, and then they're gonna like wave their hands and everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, this is amazing, they're so nice, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I called that 6 months ago. Right when it came out, I said, it's like, well, this A should be a permanent thing, and B, watch them do this later. And I think they will. I think that's gonna be a thing. It might even go away for a little bit. Maybe, for instance, maybe it ends at the end of the year and then they bring it back for like 11th Annie and make it permanent. I could easily see the devs doing stuff like that. Making it permanent is an easy AF win. I really don't feel like they lose too much from it. I mean, yes, there are people that'll get like SSRs and stuff off of it, and long term, I think everybody does. But I think... Babylonia is a good story. So basically, and I remembered that's how that went. Basically, it's not that they don't like lose money off of giving it to us, but I really feel like the vast majority of people are not rolling the story banner, and I feel like that's a problem. It makes the game look kind of bad in that regard. And to be fair, if you're watching this, you absolutely should not normally roll the story banner. JP right now has a daily free story roll until the end of the year that they're doing as a means to like get people prepared basically for the end of part 2 story. I think it's a good thing that they're doing. I think it's something that should have been a thing already. So it's like, yes, they probably do lose at least a little bit in the long term. Because, like, for instance, maybe there's a character you would have rolled for, like, a second copy of or something like that, and you just get them in the story pool. That can be a way in which it would cost them a little, right? But also, like, long term, I really just don't see it being an issue. I feel like the amount of player enjoyment and satisfaction is worth the like potential small dip in revenue that you would get from something like that. Is to say, basically it buys you dividends. It makes people think that the game is a whole lot more, how should I put it, like generous rather than seeming like it's stingy. And so I feel like in that regard, it works for you in the sense that like you actually have people that won't necessarily get as salty. You also have people that will maybe stick around longer because of that. And I feel like that then will be a net gain in revenue. That will be a net like positive for the developers in terms of like getting money. We also needed 11 golden ticket multi as well. I don't hate the fact that we don't, but I'm also somebody that has a tendency to like whatever the banner is that I'm pulling on, I immediately spend my tickets first if I have 10. But I do know people that save up to like 300 of them and then they try to roll that out. And so I absolutely understand why people want that and why it is a like problem. Oh. So it's like, and so just for reference for anybody watching, the reason people are asking for this is not that you don't get like the 11th spin. You do. People are basically wanting to be able to like spend 10 tickets at a time as a multi rather than doing it one by one. And yeah, it's just like a quality of life feature that people want. It would be a nice thing. There's also other gotchas that do the daily story single type of thing. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I guarantee that's where they got the idea, and it's absolutely something that they should be doing. I have an issue then with tickets. I have 700 or so. So you practically have pity off of just your tickets. Actually, no, you have pity twice over? Because it's what, 300 tickets for pity? Use your tickets before they get that high? Yeah, it's... That sounds like a personal problem at that point. You might need to spend some of your tickets. I like how Ishtar's just sitting here going like, what the heck, man? So my logic there is saving for Aoko Alice. Hey, I mean, you got it. You could already spend 100 tickets and still have that. That still reminds me of the one guy that I was seeing that was rolling for, I think it was, it was Castoria Berserker, and he was molding because he didn't, like, he's like basically calling the game shit and saying that the gacha was crap because he basically couldn't get a copy of her. But meanwhile, he had rolled like way too much on Ace and had tried to get like Ace up to, I think, NP5 or something like that, and had to like quit early because he didn't get all the copies. So it's like, okay, I get that, but also like you didn't save enough to pity Castoria Berserker at all. That's your own fault that you didn't get her then. Like, I know nobody wants to hear that, but that is the problem that you have whenever you basically enter one of these like sort of joint roll sessions. Is like, you should always save enough to be able to pity the second unit, if not. Because, like, maybe you get lucky and maybe you don't need it. Maybe you don't get lucky either. I remember sharing that tweet on Discord. I saw that tweet and thought it was ridiculous. It is. Like, I almost said something to the person and I was just like, no, dude. Like I'm not gonna be like that toxic individual. But to me, the problem was, if I remember correctly, I think the person was like threatening to quit for Honkai Star Rail, which, chat, if you ever see somebody say something like that, you know they're full of crap. Not that like they might not quit, just that like the whole reason they're saying it is just for attention. That's all it is. They just want pity, they want attention, and they want people to tell them, no, don't do it. And that's exactly why at that point you just don't say anything. Because it's like, bet. Do it. You won't. Why are you making ultimatums with the air? Pretty much, yeah. And look, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I've had many people that have come to me in this game, and they have said, like, Khad, if I don't get this unit, I'm gonna quit. And I tell them, just quit. And nobody likes hearing that, but the reason I say that to them, and I explain it, but I go like, the reason you need to hear that is because your mentality is wrong. If you're saying that you don't get the unit, you're gonna quit, eventually you'll keep saying this and eventually you won't get the unit. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Also, simultaneously, you will end up at a point of just going like, hey, I'm miserable and I'm always hating this game because I have this stance. So the idea behind it is as well that, like, at that point, you're just saving yourself time if you do quit. You're saving yourself pain, you're saving yourself suffering. But the idea as well is just that, like, you have to have a little bit of willpower. You will always have to have this. This is just a life lesson in general. And you're going to have to, like, learn to deal with it. You're not always going to get what you want. And in FGO in particular, if you don't get what you want, there will always be another banner. And that's what I've always tried to tell people is, like, it's not the end if you don't get the unit you want. It sucks. I hate it. I've been there myself on some of my accounts. You just have to sit there and go like, all right, I didn't get the unit. Now what? I guess I'll start, like, prepping for either the next unit or saving for that unit again. And I'll just wait for the next banner. And that's usually the way that I operate. And then from that, I'm usually pretty good as well. Like, I have a really good track record of getting a unit that I missed the first time on the second time. And I found that usually when the game screws you on one end, it has a tendency to, like, help you out on another end. I always say if not getting one unit makes you want to quit the game, just quit already. Yeah. And I think that's true of, like, any gacha game, really. Cat, if I get the unit, I will quit. Just quit. Because eventually you're going to get the unit you want. And you're not going to be able to handle that. I see a reverse psychology. And I reverse it. And gacha games RNG will eventually screw you. It's better to accept that. Yep, it really is. And that's why, like, look, I'm gonna say this is also not something that people want to hear, but, like, if you find that playing, like, gacha games is frustrating and, like, unfair or costing you too much money and you don't like it, that's a good sign to, like, go get help, to basically go like, okay, maybe I should quit. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. But I've also told people before, too, that, like, a little bit you have to have, again, that willpower. And that is the life lesson there. Is, like, if you don't have willpower to be able to, like, save for the things that you want, and you keep rolling on everything that you see that passes your fancy, you basically are going to have that issue no matter what you do in your life. You could go play another gacha game and it'll happen there. You could go, you could quit gacha games and you'll become a gambling addict. You could quit gambling and you'll become a smoking addict and you won't have the willpower to stop yourself from doing that. You could quit smoking and you'll become a porn addict and you'll become addicted to that. So it's like, it does not matter what you do. You have to have at least a little bit of willpower to tell yourself no at times. And it sucks. I get that nobody wants to have to, but well, life isn't fair sometimes. I quit JP for a year after I failed to get coin with 800 Sankorts. Yeah, and the reason why I tell you guys, like, as well, that it's not a good idea to, like, obviously it's not a good idea to say that and to have that mentality, but, like, the reason I'll tell you guys as well is because I can't tell you how many times I've seen somebody that, like, quit, come back, and then they're like, man, I wish I had played during that time. Because they miss out on welfares, they miss out on courts, they miss out on units, and they sit there and they go like, crap, dude. Like, if I had just played and not like quit the game, I would be in so much of a better spot. Rather than like, oh, now I have to like make up for lost time. I have to catch up. I have to do all this other stuff. It's better to just kind of stay ahead. This is a question mark and an assassin. And we are still in the underworld. I know what the assassin is. Don't remember what the question mark is. Well, when in doubt, whenever you're faced with a question mark, Berserker is a pretty good way to go. And since we know it's a multi-enemy fight, this should work to our advantage, but we got to be a little bit careful. Just keep going with the Reshkagal chat. Entered the sea kelp, Michael Jordan. Yeah. Multi-pity coming soon, thank God. Yep. That'll be a nice thing for NA where pity applies to every SSR copy instead of just the first one on each banner. I don't know why they opted to do only the first one on each banner originally, but I suspect that they kind of knew that this was going to be a thing and that they would need to roll it out over time, and that's what they did. Because I've been effed so many times by the gacha, yep. Also, hot take, FGO usually gives you fair rewards that aren't tied to a seasonal pass or subscriptions like you see with most other gacha games. That's not a hot take, but man, every time I say it on Twitter, it is. I have people that try to argue with me so much. I had somebody try to claim, what was it, like, that FGO was in fact not generous because they have only gotten 400 quartz since last year. Since they blew their wad last year. Like, I've only gotten 400 quartz since then. FGO is not generous at all. And I'm like, all you're doing is logging in. Because if you just log in during that time period, you would have already had 300 quartz just from that. So that's how I knew. I was like, this guy is like not playing the game at all. It basically just doing the bare minimum. And it's like, I'm sorry, but if you're not playing the game, you don't really get a right to complain about the game's mechanics. Like, I guess you can, but like nobody should listen to your opinion on them because you're not somebody that's actively playing an experience thing. No. It's like the equivalent of somebody talking about how easy Midier is in Dark Souls 3 because they watched some dude speed run it. And it's like you're living vicariously, you didn't actually like do anything to experience it. People would rather spend money and get mediocre items instead of all the free stuff FGO gives. I think like it's not that there's not strings attached, right? Like in order to get some of the stuff in FGO, do you have to play the game? Yes, but also it's a game. So play it. No, this is just like a logical thing to me. We get at least 2 pities per year. You can, I know for a fact that you can do 3 pities in a year because I've done it. I have physically experienced it. And I've had people say like, oh, you can't even get to pity in a year. And I'm like, okay. Sure. Yeah, that's a thing. This may be a little bit spicy. Let me see how my bonding is coming. Actually don't hate having Foom on the back line. Basically just gonna throw in Castoria Berserker just as a assurance. Do you only have 410 credits to get like 100 plus per month? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fat meat and Ishtar. Ereshkigal is good for the liver. I wish the game would have a commentary of like stop picking Ereshkigal or something. But yeah, no, it's like I do understand why people have some issues with FGO like long term and stuff like that. I myself have my own gripes with the game. I feel like anybody that's played FGO as long as I have naturally has issues with the game, which is funny because I do see people try to gaslight people and be like, I love this game, there's nothing wrong with it. And I'm like, okay. But also like the game is not nearly as bad as people have would have you think. If you go and talk to other gacha gamers about this game, they will tell you that like FGO is like scum of the earth, that it's terrible, that it's like basically just the worst gacha out there. And yet the reality is they're just kind of like angry because they got like screwed on the Jalter banner back in the day or some shit. That's really all it is. People just lie about FGO so bad. They do. And sometimes I'm not sure if they don't realize that they're lying because they think what they're saying is true, or they just get caught with their pants down and then they try to claim like, oh, sorry, I didn't know. Anybody that tries to claim there's nothing wrong with anything is talking out of their ass. Yeah. They're just envious how the game thrives despite its retro mechanics. It's funny, right? Because like I've seen people say like, oh, the gameplay of FGO is so dated, and I'm like, yes, turn-based gameplay, that thing that's been around since Check's Notes, chess. Like, yeah, damn, it's really bad. I'm like, honestly, some of my favorite games are turn-based. So I will say in that regard, if you do not like turn-based gameplay, then FGO is not for you. But as long as you can stomach it, it's fine. Yes, I just plug suited in for my Castoria Berserker to kind of cheat that one. FGO is the great equalizer, yeah. I do think that people are definitely upset though over like the success of the game, and that's why they get so bent out of shape about it. Whereas meanwhile, I feel like a lot of the times I'm having to like play defense in streams with, again, like we talked about, like you get other people running in here being like, oh yeah, but like, this gacha game is popping off right now. It's so hot right now. It's so good. And I'm like, hey, that's fine, right? Like, but also like, give it a rest. This is an FGO stream. It's not a stream for that other gacha game. So I feel like I said, I end up having to do a lot of defense in that regard, but it's not. It's not out of like saying like people can't go off and play the other gacha games, I guess. I do talk about how like there is a like bad tendency of players to play like every gacha game under the sun, and they functionally become gacha addicts and they spend all of their day playing it. I get why that's a thing, but I also don't necessarily think that that it's healthy. I totally understand like people that basically have like nothing else going on in their life and like they just need something to fill the time, and like maybe even like their life is kind of bad and gacha games just make them feel good. So it's like, I get that, because it is the same way with like me in college, at least to a degree, where like I spent a lot of my time playing MMOs because I could, because I was good at them and because I loved them. But like nowadays I'm a much more busy adult and I don't really have the time necessarily to like no life degen an MMO. So like MMOs are a lot less enjoyable for me nowadays because of that. So I think it like a lot of it's just life circumstances as to why people choose to and why people do. But like, I guess I don't make any judgment on people for doing that. I maybe only like judge them if they're trying to like we mentioned before earlier in the stream, like basically peer pressure people into trying to like play everything alongside them. And I'm like, okay, but not everybody is that way. Not everyone's going to be somebody that is, I guess like gonna feel that itch to play everything. For instance, I have plenty of friends that like to play like live service games, and I don't particularly like live service model. It's not that I don't like the game. No, Erish, you're not at fault. This is somebody else's fault. Just that like I guess where like I said, it's like it's a problem when you're trying to get everybody else to do it. It's a problem when you're sorry, I just dropped my die. It's a problem when you are like wasting all of your time and you're wanting somebody else to waste all of their time too. Overall, what do you like more, turn-based strategy or real-time strategy? Oh, that depends. I feel like I've played way more turn-based strategy, but it is not a like... Oh, it's just one turn? Sweet. Get stunned. But it's not something that like I'm like necessarily opposed to. Like for instance, back in the day I played like Warcraft 3, I played Command and Conquer. So like it's not that I haven't played RTS, but I do feel like a lot of the RTS genre has... I stunned you and you still did that. Interesting. Okay, we're just gonna have to card you to death, I guess. This is gonna be one of those things. Or I'm going to have to get very lucky and just not, like not get MP sealed or skill sealed on one of these units. So if you know about this, you can definitely like take a cleanse, or you can definitely take somebody that is like, say for instance, like skill immune or something like that. So for instance, Muramasa here actually resisted the skill seal, so I could potentially pop his stuff here. Unfortunately, I only have a singular Muramasa card and no stars. And Ereshkigal here gonna beat me to death. At least at some point, so. The other problem is Muramasa was actually a terrible pick for this because he is a single turn steroid, so popping it on a turn where it's disadvantageous is just bad. You can see everybody else is skill sealed. Pretty much everyone is to their NP, which is kind of wild. If I had her fully skilled up, I could NP with her right now, but I don't. Just gonna keep trying to card Erish down here, but we're probably dead on next turn. There she goes. Basically just gonna give him dodge. Damn it. Shouldn't have done it. I didn't think it was gonna land, but I was like curious and I wanted to touch it. It's a very weird cadence. It basically... So this is happening out of normal order. So the stun goes off at the end of its turn, for instance. And then it acts at the beginning of your turn, which is very irregular. You do not normally encounter any enemy in the game that does that. So normally enemies only act on their own turn. Maybe there's like break bar effects and things like that, but they don't normally act after their turn ends because it's not their turn. So definitely a really irregular thing to see. I guess I just play for damage and laugh as like everybody dies and this turns into some sort of Castoria Berserker solo. Looks like Muramas is still gonna kind of tank it. Oh, that's just enough. That is just enough for a noble phantasm. So she managed not to MP seal him while he still had just enough charge for me to charge him with Castoria's middle skill to get him up to full to have him fire off a noble phantasm. And if I'm lucky, this... Nope, no crit. I was gonna say, if I'm lucky, I got a crit there and we killed, but... Barabasa actually manages to just tank it right out. Did not die in the end. Kind of impressive, not gonna lie. But yeah, it basically just boils down to you should take single targets for this fight, and you should potentially take a cleanse. If you're looking for a cleanse in Mystic Code form, the Atlas Academy Mystic Code, it should be one of the ones that you unlock basically in the Chaldea Gate, actually has a cleanse on it, and that'll buy you at least like one turn for somebody to Noble Phantasm on. And that probably will be enough to easily get you through this. So I did that the hard way. Don't do that how I did that. I managed to get gain 100 Saint Quartz in a single month from logging campaigns alone. Hell, you can get 60 Saint Quartz from upcoming campaigns. Yeah, the game is exceedingly generous no matter what people say. People will sit there and they'll claim otherwise. They'll say like, oh no, this is not a thing, but it really is. The game is not bad in that regard. Okay, Underworld section complete. So now we are on section 15, and that is where we'll stop for today. Babylonia is a long singularity. It's about to hit the shan. So we will see that. It's why I play the female avatar, because it's much more fun to make Mash blush as a cute redhead than it is as a generic every dude. Hey, what do you mean? I'm a generic every dude. No, not even in the slightest. But like, in a weird way, I don't think it matters what you pick in that regard. And one of the reasons that I choose the female MC is just because I actually think the Mystic Codes just straight up look better on her, as opposed to like some of the male Mystic Codes. Chat, y'all know, male plug suit with them crotch straps. Y'all know, So it's like, it's one of the reasons why I just like choose the female MCs, because it actually just looks better. Chat. We can, we can do a little bit more Babylonia. Based, I picked male. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I really don't think it matters which one you do pick. It's basically just like aesthetic preference, because between the male and the female, it's really just aesthetics. They literally respond the exact same way to everything. The only difference is occasionally in the story, you sometimes get references to like, like master being a girl or master being a guy. And besides that, it's pretty normal. Wait, am I about to go into a challenge fight? I don't think I am, but... Yeah, we will continue on here because I really do need to get through Babylonia and potentially like part 1 as soon as possible. Plus, I want to give myself enough time where, like, let's say I don't get Castoria. I want to have enough time to actually be able to, like, farm up enough courts to maybe get to pity. But it'd be what it be. Basically, I'm going all in on securing Castoria for this account, if possible. I should have done the Arts MC. Did you see the new patent Nintendo made? I did not see it, but I heard people talking about it. So, like, chat, like, clue me in on this. Is this like an American patent that they filed? And again, Kimba, thank you for the gift. Appreciate it, my man. Grand Blue Fantasy spoiled me though. How does Grand Blue Fantasy handle the MCs? I have a buddy that used to play it a ton, but I don't think I ever asked him about that. Yeah, but somehow it got approved in America. It's BS. Well, the only thing I could say is at least American patents can be... So, chat, the way American patents work is they are first come, first serve, but they can be legally challenged. So, for instance, I believe, and I don't quote me on this because I'm not a lawyer, but I believe if you can demonstrate, like, that you came up with something before the patent did, that the patent basically was improperly filed for, and that it's basically null and void. So, at least in that regard, it can be challenged. But yes, going forward, it would probably be binding, as far as I understand. So, like, for instance, in the case of Palworld, I don't think it matters. They could file it, but I think Palworld could just demonstrate that they had been doing it before the patent was filed, and therefore it does not matter. At least that's my understanding of it. Patenting gameplay is some bullshit. Modern copyright was already bad enough. Yeah. I mean, like... The whole reason that copyright and patents exist is basically to protect, like, people's IPs and, like, intellectual creations. I get that. I understand that on a lot of levels. But there are points where they are really, like, dumb and bad about it. How many embers did that give me? Hold up. Good lord. Actually, I probably need to start burning my silvers. That is a thing where it's like they're not going to give me that much, and I straight up just could use the mana prisms. So I think burning silver and lower is the way to go at this point. Because this account is already like at a point that it does not have issues with like leveling people with regards to embers. That is the least of my concerns. And instead, my concerns are usually going to be like, do I actually have the ascension mats? And then can I do anything with their skills? Like, do I have the skill gems, for instance? Damn, you have a lot of embers? Yeah, it's basically like early on in an account, you actually don't want to overfarm embers too much nowadays because you will get mat locked and you won't be able to use the embers. This is why I think you see a lot of like new game accounts and early game accounts, grail people. It's not because they don't have the embers to do so. They do. It's because they also just sit there and go like, well, I don't have the ascension mats to level someone else up. And so because of that, they just go like, well, then fine, I'll just dump everything into the one character. And it is what it is. Why am I doing it this way? I literally did almost all of them, and I'm doing it the hard way. Oh, look at that! Where'd this come from? That's what I should have done earlier. Use your filters, chat. They will make you a better and smarter player. Don't do what I did. Is in the 4 coma? Nintendo has been hammering down ever since Pal World, it feels like. To be fair, okay, chat, like, if it was just about Pal World, Nintendo is absolutely overreaching, and it's not really a big deal. Pal World's actually not going to harm them in the end. However, one, copyright has to be defended or it is lost. And two, there is definitely another major player entering the arena named MiHoYo. And Nintendo is right to fear that one. So I can understand probably why they're trying to patent this stuff and why they're trying to quote unquote get ahead of it. Because I think they see the writing on the wall for what it is. And they're going, if we don't do something about this, we're going to have a whole host of Pokemon clones out there in a hurry. Because I think they know, like, oh, this is just a really, really popular, like, concept, right? Still unsure which one's going to hit rank 10 first. Either the Arts MC or the OG MC. It's for the same reason you use the inferior 5 wide display instead of 7. So the reason I use 5 wide on my phone is because my phone, because my fingers, I have sausage fingers, right? And so it's like, not that I'm not dexterous, but it does get hard to hit small icons and buttons. So I basically just keep it at the reduced size, or sorry, the increased size. Boy, sure would be nice to loop if I had Castoria already, right, chat? Time to level some units. I will eventually get around to leveling the vast majority of my units, but I'm also trying to like let story accumulate some stuff for me here, because things like skill gems and statues, they are easy to get, at least in the short term, but I would prefer to have to farm for them the least amount possible, if that makes sense. Is there maintenance tonight? I don't believe so. Do you like the filters for an FGO? The game isn't perfect from an accessibility perspective, but filters are a good part of the fairly decent accessibility that FGO does have. Yeah, I've played several gacha games that don't have things like filters, and it's sad. Like your inventory just becomes nightmare fuel at times. The way they patented, I think it could easily be thrown out. Not a lawyer, but from my understanding, something like WoW Hunter pets predated easily. So what was the thing that they like tried to make the claim on, I guess? Not even gonna bother with, actually. I bet that just kills. Yep. So is the SR ticket today when reset happens? I believe so. I don't quote me though, because with the way this is going, it may be that like chat's doing, or sorry, not chat. The devs are doing like some fuck ass shit where like you can't redeem it right away or something. Because they do that sometimes with selectors where they go like, oh, you have the ticket, but you have to wait like a day or two. Pokemon Company received a US patent on summoning a character and letting it fight another. Yeah, they won't win that. That'll probably get challenged by other video game companies. Like, WoW Hunter pets? No, chat. Like, dude, any game that had a like magical summoning mechanic would predate that. And there are a lot. Yeah, that I don't think that one will hold up. That one will probably get thrown out. I thought it was going to be on like throwing the ball to capture something, and I'm like, that one they at least do have a claim on. Technically, there are other games that have done it before them, I believe, but I do feel like at least in the essence of it, it's like, yeah, I can see why they would be awarded a patent on that. But summoning something to fight something else? No, not at all. There are plenty of games that do stuff like that. For instance, one of my favorite PlayStation 2 titles is a game called Summoner. Guess what you do in Summoner, chat? You fight like demons and you capture them inside of rings and you summon them to fight other demons. No Final Fantasy 10 Aeons for you? Yeah, like Pokemon's old. Don't get me wrong, but I'm sure there is something that predates that. I am sure. That is not a novel concept. Per the in-game news, the ticket is out at reset. Okay. Remember, SMT is Japanese as well, so... anything where FGO has prior art is going to have a patent challenged by Sony. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, Pokemon's definitely older than Fate, if that's what you're saying. Does Coin get another rate up on NA soonish? I'm sure Khad wants her for the newer account too. Apparently at New Year's. So, have you decided the 4-star for both accounts yet? I've decided the 4-star for my main account. I was on the fence as to whether or not I was going to do double X, but I literally gaslit myself into just saying, well, that's a thing. Is FGO still going to continue after Ordeal Call? Yes, 100%. The only question is basically like, will Nasu continue to be involved and will there be like a story? I'm going to say yes. The only question is how much. Like, we don't know if he's going to scale it back. We don't know if he's going to like continue. There are signs in the current ongoing JP event that they're already discussing the future. And so because of that, I suspect that the devs probably, like back when they gave the anniversary 10 interview, they talked about like, it's going to depend on people's like clear rates of the final chapter. And then like Takeuchi kind of like under his breath was also like, yeah, but I mean, like, obviously a decision will have to be made before that. So we're going to look at like people's actual clear rate of Ordeal Call 4. And so because of that, I suspect they already see the writing on the wall. And that pretty much just the interaction, for instance, with like Ordeal Call and like later on, obviously, like Anniversary, I think they know there's still a lot of enthusiasm for the game. They probably see the clear rate. They probably see just how many people actually have already completed Ordeal Call 4. And they probably are like, shit, we have to keep going. So yeah, I think the game's going to keep going. I don't see really any eventuality in which it doesn't. The question will be like what form it takes and how. Writer. I don't think this is Quetz. I'm pretty sure we're done with Quetz. So I think this is just a normal thing. Sorry, Chad, just 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. SMT came out back in 87 in Japan. Pokemon was 96. Oh yeah, I'm not arguing that SMT isn't older. I'm just saying SMT is a Japanese thing. So it's not going to really weigh in over here in the States too much, right? Unless for some reason Shin Megami Tensei decided, oh, we're going to fight them over here, right? Like that would be weird, but they could. Honestly, chat, who owns Shin Megami Tensei? I assume it's Sony, but that's an interesting one. Atlas. Oh, right. Atlas is Sega. Thank you. Yes. Okay. I was trying to think of who like the parent was. What am I facing right now? Uh-huh. Let's just kill him dead. Why bother with more content if players aren't completing what they already have? Yeah, and I think that's a concern because I think the story clear rate has been an issue, though my understanding is JP's clear rate is a lot better than an A's. Like for instance, I think just they gave us a stat for the Olga clear rate during the anniversary chat, and apparently it was something like 50% of people had cleared the final Olga fight, which is wild. And then meanwhile, I think they said 25% of people hadn't even beaten Olga 1. So like for something like that, yeah, it makes sense. But I'm just trying to think of like in the States who would actually like have domain and like supersede them. And like, yeah, like WoW and Blizzard might be one. That would be very interesting. Granted, and keep in mind, chat, I guess a patent's only good if you enforce it. That is to say, like, you're gonna have to like demand damages from patent infringement, of which case it becomes a gun that Nintendo has that they can shoot if they want to, but it's not a gun that they have to shoot. So Nintendo basically can just wield it in the case of like where they think there's a Pokemon clone. That would be the smartest way to do it, as opposed to like, if you try to apply that to every essence of that interpretation, you're gonna lose Nintendo. So I think they know that, and I think they'll probably like sit back and rest on their laurels and wait on like, again, like maybe something like the MiHoYo Pokemon-esque type of game. But we'll have to see. Nintendo is shoot first, ask questions later. Oh, 100%. But they're not going to take a shot that they can miss, I guess, is the point that I'm going to say. Like, that is to say, in the corporate world of legalese, you usually don't want to... this is an Avenger. Let's look for a moon cancer. Okay. Well, if you're gonna do this, I'm just gonna take mine. Basically, the game's like, hey, I'm not gonna give you what you want. I was looking for like a Summer Kiara or potentially even an actual BB, because both of them would work really well from a like art standpoint. But at the end of the day, if it's not there, it's not there, and you just take what you can get your hands on. Arcuid should easily be able to handle something like this. Did everyone else have connection problems with Twitch? I haven't seen anyone complain about it. Granted, I guess if you're having a connection problem, you're probably not here to, you know. It's Tiamat. Yep. I look forward to Nintendo going after Bethesda. Oh my god, dude. So, but you realize that you don't go after Bethesda, right? You're now going after Microsoft. Like, oh boy, I really want to see Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony in a like knockdown, drag out three-way fight purely because some upstart created a shitty Pokemon ripoff. That would be so hilarious of me to see. Like, you see the titans of the industry all duking it out legally, all because some third party was like, I want to make a Pokemon game. Push it to the chicken chat. Why does this work so well? I hate you for this, Jay, only because I'm gonna add it to the playlist and it's gonna piss chat off for the rest of eternity. Alright, it's another question mark fight. So, again, when in doubt, question mark, go berserker. The only way you're gonna really get screwed there is if you end up with like a foreigner that you're up against. And like I said before, there are no foreigners in part 1, let alone pretty much in all of part 2, exception being once you finally get to Lost Belt 7, there are foreigners. So you will eventually face them, but for pretty much all of part 1 and part 2, they're not really a thing. Now, Epic of Remnant and event stories are absolutely a different story. So just keep that in mind. And it's a Kingu. Yeah, I've heard this one before because it's triple Q, isn't it? Yeah. I was gonna say I've heard this one before, like when it first came out, but it's still great. I love it. The Cosmic Tree Seeds were foreigners, right? Were they? I feel like most of the time they weren't. Like in LB7, yes, but were they in the other singularities? Now you've got me questioning this. Huh. I mean, it's not like Epic of Remnant introduced the class into the game in the first place, right? Yeah, it's physically impossible for it to exist in part 1, but because the class was not in the game when any of this content was created. But that's basically the only one you have to watch out for. Laid back, chill DJ set. Over 1 hour of mashups to study sleep to, so I'm looking forward to that. Oh god. Yeah, but like, the problem with the mashups is that you notice that they're off. Like, what was I think it was while I was on my date. There was live music playing in the background, and like, I don't remember what the song was, but there was one song that came on. I think it was Jump On It. And like the guy morphed it into another song. And so like both of us were like sitting there, we're like starting to sing it as it came on. And then it went into another song and it was like, oh. So it's like you notice the second a song that you're used to and are a fan of changes, which I feel like would be really bad for studying. Because like you would sit there and you would constantly be like, wait, what was that? Huh? Wait, what was that? And it would distract you. In one place they were outside of that, no. Do you mind telling me what that place is, just so I don't continue to stick my foot in my mouth? Because I'm not remembering off the top of my head. Was it LB2? Not sure if AoE or single target. When in doubt, Muramasa is good as both. Yeah, it's just a 1 out of 1. Sweet. Send it. Send it with all of the damage. I'll even take the crit damage. Free card with that. Actually, I could probably kill with just the card. Muramasa's, in fact... Let's scuff it just to show chat. Sometimes it's nice to see the actual like breadth of crit damage in the game. I think a lot of people sell crit damage short at times. You know, like we were just talking about it, like say for instance, like Tomoe Summer. The issue with like trying to crit something down is that it can be RNG, but sometimes, pun intended here, when the stars align on the right cards, it's a good idea to take advantage of it. It will potentially save you from having to Noble Phantasm. Carding is usually faster than Noble Phantasming. Also, it will allow you to potentially, again, as we mentioned, like not have to Noble Phantasm, which means you're saving yourself NP charge. So you can defer popping a Noble Phantasm either until a later turn or until a later wave. And that can really help out in the right circumstances. So let's just kind of see if I were to like lead with the Buster card for more damage, then do Muramasa's Buster, and then you know what? I'll put his NP last just to protect against a failure to kill, but I bet this will kill. And it did. And there's another. Oh crap. Well, now I'm really glad I did the NP because I did not anticipate there being another here. I forgot that's a gimmick of this particular thing. I don't remember if you have to last a certain amount of turns. We have an 80% card there. I'd like to get hers NP off, but we're actually just gonna straight up go with the crit card here because not only NP gain, as you guys can see, we just got a crap ton of it, but also because in general, yeah, so we 2-turned that fight. Also because just in general, we actually ended up, you know, setting ourselves up well for a potential like third turn there. I swear if the end of part 2 introduces a new original class, I'm gonna riot. Like, seriously, when are we gonna see Savior class? I don't know that you will see Savior or Watcher in FGO. If you do, things like that might happen, like, basically when we end up getting Strange Fake, right? Because I feel like at that point it will make a little bit more sense, and I think Nasu will care less. And he'll be like, okay, the like base FGO lore is kind of set. Now we just need to like continue. Actually, I am out of AP and I did not realize we ran over time. So chat, we're going to end it here. We didn't get very far, but we're on section 17. Like I said, the story is going to start getting ramping up here actually really quickly. I think it was about to happen. So it is what it is. I'm in QP hell right now. Yeah. All my total boxes of 10. Yeah. That's usually what it is that people don't necessarily do a whole lot. And then they go like, oh, okay. I didn't do a whole lot, but I still have the... I still have all of the like great needs. So it's usually just a factor of like, do people have the again like the willpower to farm? Doing pretty good, Cal. How are you doing? Yanti hoards all that QP for all those depends to do. True. Given how easy it is to spend 1 billion QP or so in an afternoon on skills. Yep. Oh, it's easy to see why people need it. But that's why, like, I have to remind you guys sometimes, at least like some of the more veteran ones of you guys, that it's like, hey, this is a thing. Is it just 3 out of 3, or am I gonna end up with Lahmu replacement? I don't remember if there's continually replenishing Lahmu here. But all except the middle are dead, and now we kill the middle one. And I didn't even give her steroids there. Like, I did her own power. Blast score drains a bunch. Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier, like, oh, I probably need more of the rainbow yarn on my NA account because I know that class score takes it. That one may be a mat that's like snuck up on me. Probably gonna do QP stages like 2 times a day now, so that doesn't happen. So there's like, if you have at least unlocked to Bleached Earth, there is basically a QP node in the Bleached Earth. So you can use it as a mechanism to spin down storm pods, which is nice. Is Salter good at NP1? Yes, but... Yes, she's really good. However, you will need to kind of jump through some hoops to get her a pin for her mana loading if you want to do the whole black grail looping thing with her. But is she good at MP1? Yes, even at MP1. She's ridiculously good. I smell a rat here. I'm gonna give the at least a little bit more firepower. There's a cap increase to 10 billion at some point. I'm not sure when. That just happened at 10th Annie. Or wait, was it 10th Annie or was it right before? Was it the Grand Saber? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, it's like, wait, no, I think that actually did happen earlier than that. My cadence is 1 QP node, 2 to 3 shell nodes. Yeah. Go with whatever works for you. See, chat, we are not even master level 120 yet. And I am already capable of 3-turning a 90++. We haven't even finished part 1 of the story yet, and I can 3-turn a 90++. Feels good, man. Insane. Actually kind of insane. Like, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, I should not be capable of doing this. Farming QP node with Doman team is very easy and quick. Yeah, pretty much. The QP node is not hard, even at the highest difficulty. It's like you can still just pretty easily steamroll through it. And that's why, like I say, usually things like QP, Embers, like, it's not super hard nowadays compared to, say, for instance, the way it was back in the day before we had the extreme variant of nodes. Getting the extreme variants improved master efficiency so much if you actually have to go to a node to do it. All right, 7 enemies here, so this one we are not gonna pop everything. Hopefully it backfills, but I doubt it. Hey, what's up, Avalon? How was your sleep, Avalon? I'm now having flashbacks to the anime. Yep. If you have Nito or Doman, you have a pretty easy time to 6C the OC QP node. Yeah, you could death proc a lot of stuff. Kind of gotta be that. And then it's gotta be that. Oh, wait, I had the 20... I could have gotten away with it. Crap. Well, it wouldn't have mattered. I wouldn't have reached another NP in either way. So I'm just gonna have to hope I have Artoria cards. I can't grind most of the end of the year lotteries hard, more or less, because I'm working like 80 to 100 hour weeks. Are you retail? Yeah, like, no, don't get me wrong. I totally understand why people can't go harder in a lotto. It's just usually that is why I'll end up saying, like, okay, like, this is the issue. I could attempt to super buff this, but it will probably just result in me having a bricked saber. Well, it is a 120 saber. Crap, I should have. Yeah, I got bailed out by the crit, but I should have actually super buffed it. Some years I'm well and truly in QP hell, and some I'm doing all right. Yep. It really just depends. Temple of Time gonna get duded? Pretty much. Thankfully, again, it's not like there's, Actually, Chad, are the demonic pillars threat to humanity? I don't remember if they are or not. But if they are, that's hilarious. If they are? Oh, the demon pillars are not gonna stand a chance. That's gonna just be great. I actually think the OG Mystic Code is going to be the first one to 10, and then it's going to be very quickly followed by the Arts Mystic Code here. Retail hell be like? Oh, trust me, I know. I have plenty of friends that work retail. Myself, I have never had to work retail, thankfully. That is probably one of the greatest blessings of my life. Because I hear the horror stories, and I can imagine, I'm a fairly empathetic person, so it's like, I totally get how, like, that is just a miserable thing to do all the time. Some days you're fine, other days it's probably just, like, the worst thing imaginable. I don't know about the early days of FGO, but as a new player, the game seems fine and helpful. Too many free stuff. Friends list also helps a lot. Yep. I've tried to tell people this for a while now. A lot of people kind of get stuck in the mindset, like, at least more veteran players, they're stuck in the mindset of the way things used to be. Or you have players that are like ex-FGO players that they've quit long ago, and they don't have any idea how the game actually works now. And they get, like, deeply upset about things, and then they'll sit there and they'll, like, rant about it on Twitter, and it's like, this is not a thing anymore. I don't know why you're complaining. It's like, you know, sure, maybe back in the day at some point it was a thing, but nowadays, no. We're at the point in the story where Ushi and Siduri get done wrong. We're close to it. Retail's the hope you get out in 1 to 3 months, or you'll probably be stuck for a while. Yep. I think if you're in retail, you are either a very good people person or salesman, or you are probably miserable if you're not one of those two. And even if you are one of those two, you still might be miserable. The pillars are just toys with Kiara around. True. And here we're at. So I don't need to say much of anything, but if you've noticed, the map has changed. This, I remember when I was doing it on JP the first time, it was actually before it came out on an A, and I didn't read the story. But I could low-key guess what was happening just due to the map changes, and it was kind of hilarious. I could go with Muramasa. That is a strong salter there. The fact that some of these people have actually added me as their friends. FGO people are good people sometimes. Because they have no reason to actually do that. And it's so nice of them to do so. And then there's one Khadroth guy. Not another Gulf oil spill? Yes. Demon pillars are not threat to humanity. Okay. I was gonna say, if they were, Jesus, like... So, obviously, by that point in time, I would probably have Castoria. Castoria Berserker herself is also a threat to humanity. So, like... Oh my god. The shredding that would occur. It would literally be a to shreds, you say. Type of mechanic. Ah, we're at this point of the story. Okay. Well, thankfully, I have a handy dandy anti-Ushiwakamaru unit here. I don't have technically a mystic code that helps with this, but shan't matter. In fact, I'm also just going to give her the crit damage up. And we're just going to go with a Brave Chain. One of the really good parts about using OG Saber is that when you pop her Dragon Core, she actually just turns all of her cards to Buster cards. So it makes following up, if you are short on damage, really easy. And clearly, I'm not. At least not in this circumstance. However, we are about to go into a pesky string of fights. I would say this is where, quote unquote, the gimmicks kind of start to happen in Babylonia. And this is going to be where the fights are going to get a little bit more complex and a little bit harder. Now, if you're paying attention to the story, you'll get a whole lot of hints. For someone like me that is skipping it, I'm going to have to guess, but I can kind of guess. So, I believe this is the Ushi fight where it's all Ushis. Unfortunately, there is a nice mechanic here that rotates the party. It's not guaranteed per se to happen, but it's something you need to watch out for. I think doing the exact same thing I have been doing works out really well. Although, well... Hold on. I may have a smarter play. I have a smarter play. This will be even more damage. I will basically risk it. If we kill, we kill. If we do not, we do not. So one of the ways you can get around a party rotation gimmick is basically what happens is at the beginning of battle, you will have random rotation where like some of your units will just get rotated to the back, and it may not be all of them. It may just, for instance, be like Lartoria moves to that slot, Waver moves to this slot, Oberon doesn't move, and two in the back come forward. It is what it is. It's just a complete RNG fest. One of the ways you can get rid of the RNG is to just not have anything in your back line. Then it cannot rotate the party. This is one of the ways that you can kind of just secure a kill, in effect. And because of that, we also don't need Plug Suit. Yep, I'm pretty sure it's this fight. You remember when everyone wanted the sushi as a summonable servant? Oh, yeah. Who here remembers the gimmick nodes being difficult? They kind of are. Okay, that is less than ideal because there are 6. I thought I remembered there only being 3, but... Oh, I may be thinking of the Benkei fight, so I'm actually a little bit too soon on this mechanic. Well, we will try our best either way. My Lartoria should be plenty strong enough to kill. The issue is going to be functionally refund here. But unfortunately, I got all of Lartoria's cards on this turn. So you can see they all start with their noble phantasm charge. That is something you're really going to want to watch out for. I do not... Wait. It's only... Oh... Is it enough? I don't think it is. No, it's only 36%. He needs basically 2 more skills. 2 more ranks in the skill. Skill issue? Quite literally. However, not a skill issue, because one of the beauty things about Oberon is that Oberon himself has a damage dealing Noble Phantasm. This means that we can abuse this. So we could actually just go ahead and use Oberon himself to hopefully kill the ads. When in doubt, you could do a little bit of like free carding and things like that. It's not necessarily going to help, but hey, if it stops even one of the mobs from continuing to live after the NP, it's probably worth. Wonder if this was the inspiration for Tyra. Probably to an extent. I'd be terrified to see a EX rank Dragon Core. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll see that. Dragon Core is kind of a unique skill, though. There you go. Still worked. Got the job done, and that is a beautiful amount of dust. That makes Avalon drool. Yes. But that is, again, one of the benefits of doing story is you are going to just get actual materials from doing it. Another 0 AP node. Still a rarity at this stage of the game, but it'll become a much more common thing. Just take it as it is. It's free time to just read story and chillax, but whenever it is 0 AP, you will never have to do a fight. Or if you do, it will probably be like some sort of like canned fight where you have to take the unit that you're given. It's very, very rare that you ever see anything actually require it. I'm good on dust now. I don't believe you. This is a whole lot of units. It's better to spread the love around here. We will swap for Proto Merlin, and I will put my back line back in. Because the fights are getting at least a smidge harder, it is a good idea for me to continue to run a proper backline. I will continue at least to bond, though. Was Medusa done? Yeah, it was Coup-casters who were using. You know what? Just so I don't have to change it later, I'm just gonna go ahead and put the event C back in. Where is it? Wait, which one's the current 3-star event C? This one. Don't really think anything else here matters. I can't even fit anything else. Actually, that's not terrible. I'll remove that for right now. Actually, no, I'll leave that in. And what I'll do is I'll just start bonding some of the like 2 stars and lower. There you go. Party cost works there. Switch over to the arts MC. Is a little bit, see, this is why you want to like have multiple party setups and don't do what I did, because you end up spending a lot of your time rebuilding party comps and it gets really annoying. I swear to God, if this is the actual RNG one though, it shouldn't be, but it might be. I've been out of dust towels as materials. I need thousands. Yeah. Okay, I don't think it is. I think this is just a fodder node before that fight. Dust node with 2 MLB dust Cs. Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you can get a friend to put up an MLB dust C for you, that's really nice. I think that's one of the issues that you run into is not seeing the advanced quest Cs up very often, and when they are, they're somewhat RNG. Ooh, what is this? Probably better to do that, and we're actually gonna pre-NP here just to get the extra little bit of NP gain, because we're only up against 2 units, so refund here is not going to be great. I do have about 60%, so we're looking at trying to get about 20% per enemy. Actually, technically not true. I have another 20% from the Mystic Hood, so the loop will be fine here. And again, this is one of the things where, like, having a unit that has charge versus having a unit that necessarily has, like, a lot of refund, it just works out so much to your advantage. So, technically, we would not have hit that 40% mark that I was looking for. It didn't matter. You can see, I have enough right there and right there. And still had 10% spare. And say goodbye to the Lahmu. It's not dust. Dust is like bones. You will never have enough. See, I hear you say that. All these seemingly unique skills that no one else should have aren't ranked AEX, has such strange implications. Yeah, I think it's because, like, so for instance, in Artoria's case, she's not actually a dragon, right? She has a dragon's core, don't get me wrong, but a dragon with a dragon's core would be EX, right? I guess is the idea behind her. Not even EX, I guess. Remember, the way that things work in, like, the Fate verse in terms of scaling is, like, A+ is technically the best. EX just means it's unique. So technically a, like, EX rank Dragon Core would be a unique variant of Dragon Core. Oh boy, I sure do love a question mark fight. I believe this is our Benkei fight. I have a sneaking suspicion this is our Benkei fight. Now, because of that, we're going to go over one more. I don't really care that they have charge Cs, but whatever. It is a good idea to have Castoria on the back line for this. I will probably remove the other two. Well... Oh, wait, yeah, it is a Lancer, so I shouldn't use Artoria. Should actually go back to the drawing board and use OG Artoria instead of Lartoria. So, my OG Artoria here is basically the strongest one you can get. You can obviously, like, say, for instance, with, like, Edrian's Salter here, it can get stronger because this is using a 0% starting charge C, aka one of the strongest Cs in the game, which is max limit broken black grail. It is leveled up to 100. You can see it gives 2400 attack instead of the normal 2k attack that you would get for level 100ing an attack C. So it is a pretty special and strong C. So in that regard, we're actually going to go ahead and use Edrian's here. It will be a better option since I'm just looking functionally to one-shot. That is the big problem with this fight, is not only the rotational gimmick that occurs, but also your desire to one-shot, because what will happen is Benkei will create clones of himself. So it will get to be kind of annoying in that regard. Can always add more pluses, I guess in theory, yes. Thank God Creamhild needs 30k to reach Bone 3. Ah, you're fine. Oh no! It's not the one I'm thinking of. Okay, so it's still not. I keep guessing wrong. I'm way too early for the Benkei fight, I guess. But it does not matter. I have enough here to do what I need to do, assuming that I can deal the actual effective damage. And you guys are going to see some really disgusting damage output here, because this is a perfected Salter with the best damage C in the game on it. Mine is not running the best C in the game for it, simply due to accessibility for like other players that want to use the unit. Because it requires, if you're going to use Black Grail and take it as a sport, in order to make Salter loop, you're going to be required to have something like all of the supports, including a double coin Skya setup. That's not going to be ideal because you will then need to have your own Salter. So putting a Black Grail and Salter can definitely work. You can definitely do damage like that. But one of the reasons that I don't have the Black Grail on my Artoria is because it will at least allow her to still 3-turn, assuming people need the capability to take a unit that doesn't have 0% starting charge. So like instead you have some starting charge. So that'll actually work out to her advantage at that point, but it is rare. Can't believe Benkei got corrupted. Yep. So that was Tiamat. Huh? Benkei isn't it Ushi? You'll see. But I got jebaited by the Lancer Lahmus there into thinking that was the fight that it was. Pretty sure Benkei fight was in arcade? No. No, Benkei fight was not in arcade. We are on section 19. Again, like I told you guys before, Babylonia is a long one. It's just the way this works. It is technically the final singularity of part 1. Technically. You do have Solomon Temple of Time, which is like the finale to part 1. But there's a reason that this is more. Looks like Lalter is using your head as a seat. She's welcome to. You can see the section 20 here is a little bit longer. Get used to this sort of thing, especially at the end of chapters. You start to see really, really long segments where there are a ton of things. I think this is just the Lahmu. I think this is just the Lahmu. Wait. This isn't the death proc one, is it? Well, I'll find out when I stumble across it. There is a death proc battle at some point in this as well, but I don't think that's yet. I think that's one of the latter ones. Was Benkei in case files? No. Okay, it's definitely Lahmu, but there's 5. So that could that could leave me in a weird spot here. Let's actually just straight up try to card one Lahmu down without starting all of our buffs. Okay, that's gonna backfill. We got a defense down. And a little bit spicier health value there. HP loss per turn. Great. So there are mechanics. And keep in mind that mud mechanic that you saw there that went by and gave you HP loss, that is a continually occurring mechanic. So keep in mind that that will be something that you will see again across these fights. Come on, crit. Ah. That means I got to go another turn here before starting the loop. It is likely to die. I'll sacrifice 10% of my charge. Lahmus are easily the ugliest enemies in the game. Oh, yeah. Kill that one at least. Good lord. This Lahmu, it's just the way the cards basically worked out. I ended up not really getting effective damage on the second Lahmu, which is just kind of, sometimes it has to happen that way. Okay, that'll bring in the third one. Okay, good. They hit Waver instead. Now I can properly start my 3-turn loop. That one has to die. This one's kind of got to die soon. But what this effectively did is this made me more sure that I would complete a like sequence here to end the fight, because I don't know if I'll need 2 waves of NPs in the second battle as well. Oh, I'm so glad I split my cards. The fact that she didn't kill there is kind of wild. They must not be Earth attribute, which is also kind of wild. Okay, it's just one enemy, so I could have just kind of gone with this. I'm also just going to go ahead and invuln just to be on the safe side, because I don't want to lose Lady Avalon. And we'll go with it like that. Babylonia TV anime was fabulous too. Yep. Kanaweda was truly having a sinful amount of fun voicing Ishtar and chewing on the scenery. Activate Avalon skill, return to Ascension 1. Sure. Oh my god, more dust. Lahmus are sky. That's kind of wild. Just a boot keep, man. Listen, sometimes I don't know what's on the final wave. I have not looked at any guides for this. Don't get me wrong, right? I've done all of this before, but like a random trash like node, do I remember off the top of my head? No. So it's usually better to just play it safe. It wants an archer into a lancer, which is not a good combo. And then we still have a rider. This is a berserker node, and it screams berserker. Yeah. It is probably just more of the Lahmu, though the rider inclusion is interesting. Tiamat Sky, they come from Mama, yeah. And that is the actual justification for it, but sometimes it be what it be. Let's see what I can do about this. I wonder... Well, I don't have the crit stars here. Kind of sucks in that regard. I don't think I'm strong enough to card it out without the Ibuki Buster. And I'm going to end up having to use all of my refund here. So this may result in a, like, failure to 3 turn. The time to worry is when Merlin starts showing up as a story support. He already has. Babylonia anime lets you see MASH in a whole new light. You mean from behind? That is, in a weird way, I guess that is like one of the issues with FGO is you never get to see the backside of characters, really. Like, yeah, I guess you get like the side profile, but like... Because it is a sprite-based game, unless the artwork shows it to you... There you go. So I just didn't even have the damage here anyways. It ends up becoming a problem. A little bit of healing, and then boom. There we go. I'm going to lose a lot of my steroids there. And what fresh new hell do I have to face? It's just another Bell Lahmu. So I will not have the damage to kill this. Yeah, I think we go with the triple arch chain. And we basically just try to get Proto Merlin to an NP. Because again, she's going to be healing me. She's going to be keeping me up through this. It shouldn't take too long, but you could see we're definitely not at like peak damage capacity. This is the other downside of not having skills leveled, is it will take you a long time to get back to them. If you have skills like fully maxed out, usually you're looking at like 5 to 6 turns, which then at the end of your 3-turn cadence means usually just need to last like a good solid like 3 turns and you're right back in it. When they're not, you're having to last an extra like 5 turns and it's not good. Later, King. Have a good one. Okay, so we do at least have her major steroids, but we don't have any capacity to actually, like, charge with her at the moment. Honestly, I think I go for it, though. Because I am likely to get to an NP pretty quickly here anyways. And we do at least have a Brave Chain for Ibuki, so this is going to deal a lot of damage. And if I get a lucky Buster crit on that 3rd slot, it'll kill. So there you go. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it doesn't. At least we got a Lanugo for that. Remember, it's not one of the actual bosses I had to redo several times to win when I first played. It was one of these Tidequake Bell Lahmu fights. Yep. Yep. Okay, sabers. This should just be Bell Lahmu. I don't know if it's one or if it's multiple. So when in doubt, we're going to take Des Oceans de Alegres, aka Jarcher. Summer John Archer is a really fantastic looper. Her only issue is overall damage output. Mine's a really strong one, so I won't have that problem per se. But if you're looking to get a Jarcher of your own, NP1 can definitely struggle for damage output purposes at times. And of course, it's a single Lahmu. Don't you dare quake. Oh, no. Okay, so this is the quake mechanic we were talking about. It just happens. Ironically enough, they low-key, like, screwed themselves because they gave me Castoria Berserker on the back line here. And even though Alexander's level 1, he does have a charisma. So I can kind of abuse the system in that regard. It's not the most ideal output, but the game actually low-key kind of saved me from myself. Level 1 Georgios, let's go. Yep. Summer Nitocris Final Centaur, make sure we get plenty of that angle. Oh yeah. I think like that is something that is missing though from like not having 3D sprites, is that you don't get to see the totality of the design. However, like for instance, if we were to look at like Arcade's 3D designs, some of them look really bad. It's just one of the downsides to 3D is like things like anime that were designed for a 2D medium don't translate as well into 3D. I'm not going to say you can't have attractive looking 3D characters. I do believe you can. For instance, if we look at like, honestly, if you look at like, say something like Girls Frontline 2, right? Like the characters there are really well done design wise. If you look at something like, say, even like Genshin as well, I feel like a lot of the designs are pretty similar, but they at least have some capacity of like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like coherency in that design. And it does allow for the 3D sprite to be good looking from like all directions and angles. And that's something that I feel like, at least with the arcade sprites, to some degree they have that, to other degrees they do not. And I think that's just them kind of being new to 3D stuff in general. So you can see Bel Lahmu here is kind of going through the paces. I get my level 1 Georgios. I'm going to be able to taunt, which will rotate the party. Taunt's also a unique one because the Bel Lahmu will probably one-tap my level 1 Georgios, which will probably give him the taunt glitch. Well, it didn't matter anyways. The Chaos Tide is kind of nasty here. Can at least do that to give her a little bit more. And evade with her to kind of keep her up for a bit. This is basically just going to boil down to getting Castoria Berserker to her NP. And see, this is why you run a good unit on your backline, just in case the fight is not what you expected. But again, if you're just using a guide, you'll know what to take and you won't have any issues. At least not with fight structure. Your issue will lie elsewhere. I don't remember if he's going to buff strip me or not. I'm going to take both of these. I probably shouldn't. This could result in Castoria Berserker dying, but it is what it is. I still have Jarcher on the back line, so. Both of my low star units are dead, though. Refund there was not great, but of course he went right after, and he put an arts down on her. Oh, that is so bad. I have no play here. This is the turn that we protect Castoria on. We could do the mighty chain. It may be to our benefit, but I get the feeling we're still far enough away that I'm gonna need another Castoria Berserker NP. This one took way longer. If I had just taken my Squirtoria, I would have laughed at this fight. This is also where the arts down can kind of come into play as being nasty. Not only is Castoria Berserker's card, her arts card, it's not going to deal as much damage. It will also not refund as much. Card type up and card type down impact every aspect of the card, including star generation, NP generation, and damage output. So you can see she only got like 5% NP gain, which means this is a particularly punishing arts down. And of course, I have it for one more turn, and I kind of need to go. Would it just be what it be? I could certainly delay for another turn, but if I do, I risk potentially Castoria Berserker just getting nuked. But I'll be honest, we're already at the point of which Jarcher could just solo this if she has to come in. What level is that arts down? Holy cow. That has got to be like a 100% arts down. Because I did 0. And there you go. If I hadn't done it, she would just be dead. She's pretty much dead anyways. She's 10% shy. The Chaos Tide will kill her either way. Give me at least these stars per turn, but I don't think it's going to matter. See if we can get a stun off. Reduces arts performance by 100% for 3 turns. Yeah, that makes sense. I assume he can just do all 3 card types too. He's probably coded to go for your nuker. There you go. She's dead just to the Chaos Tide. But it does not matter. All of that was just basically set dressing to get me to Jarcher here. And Jarcher is going to say bye-bye to Bell Lahmu. She might not deal a lot of damage, but this Jarcher will still deal enough. So, single target is about 100k. Without really any buffs. So, not bad. I mean, like, self-buffs, obviously, but nothing external really there. Get wailed on? Exactly. I probably should have given up on that fight and gone back and redid it. Oh, question mark. Bet. Let's see who's stronger. Chaos Tides, Earthquakes, and a question mark enemy, or one bunny. It is the Ushi fight. So this one has the quake. And it didn't matter, basically. I don't think I can nuke her. Didn't set this up properly. Okay, I kind of have to go with it when it's like that. So basically, that had the Da Vinci Code, which gave me NP damage up. However, the problem is Bunny also buffs all of her 3 card types after her NP, so it's actually better to card afterwards. But I realized, it's like, this will make her deal more damage to 2 enemies. And then I'll also potentially stagger cards if she does kill. I don't know if she will, because we did not get the delayed royal jump effect. So yeah, so it's still too weak. Plus, I did not like buffer with, like, say, Oberon, for instance. You asshole. Okay, let's try out crit damage. Bunny do be critting though. Alright, there's one clone down, but now we got another full health clone. We have 2 full health clones. You basically have to kill the original is the problem. Please tell me. Oh my god. Alright. Fine. 2 can play at this game. Muddy Ushi, yeah. So the best way to do this is to just take somebody that can nuke Ushi right out of the gate. If you kill the original unit, it will stop making clones. Again, the problem is you have the Quake at the very beginning, so your best bet is to not, like, take a backline to this fight. Maybe I was thinking of arcade. I could have sworn there's Benkei here, though. We'll try to kill the high health one. I'm just gonna focus on effective unit cards here, not even worry about the arts chain. And I'll be honest with you, a little bit, I'm not even really taking this that seriously. That's one of the reasons why I took Bunny in here. Is because I wasn't sure what this fight was. And so I did not take something that was, like, optimized. Okay, that one dodged, but whatever. Gonna card the first Ushi here. Never mind, we're not gonna card the first Ushi. We're gonna charge everyone's noble phantasm and protect the party. So, when in doubt, Castoria Berserker, I think I've made the case for why I rolled her over potentially Oberon. Castoria Berserker has been invaluable to this account, both as a single target nuker and just, again, she gives the entire party solemn defense. So you actually end up getting a lot of protection value from that. Get out of here, waiver cards. And then you know what? Bunny for the win. Hip Hop Anonymous. Big K shows up to stop Ushi, yeah. Bunny is always optimal. True. At least my bunny is a very strong one. She's a very crit-centric unit, and I didn't really take anything in the way of like additional crit star generation or anything like that, but just works. Like, if you set her up right and you know how to play her, she's very, very strong. You can see, even with them wailing on her most of the time, Bunny was basically only at like half health with no actual healing going on. And that was with a mechanic that was constantly draining her health. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna take a single target and then the game is gonna laugh at me as it's an AoE fight. I feel like that's the case. Based on the anime, wasn't Benkei always on our side? Kind of, yeah. It was case files that switched the person. Oh, you're talking about the case files event. I thought somebody was asking me about the case files anime. What are these cards, man? So the Chaos Tide might at least kill Alexander. The Lahmu will definitely kill Georgios. I get Jarcher. That's not bad. Okay, there goes Alexander. Ah, that's not what I wanted. I was hoping for Proto Merlin. This will get hairy real fast now because of this. Okay, so both of them should be good at least. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of charge math in my head here. There we go. So dumb. I knew if I took Squirtoria, the game was going to be like, no, here's an AoE Lahmu fight. So I took an AoE, and instead the game's like, no, it's the same thing again. Get jebaited. Okay. So this will still be good, but like I said, the Chaos Tide and the Lahmu together are going to kind of bleed me out here a little bit. This is going to kind of revolve around like how... Oh my god, Andy buff stripped her. Dude... It's really just going to revolve around like how quickly can I get back to another NP. That is the make or break condition for this. Okay, Jarcher's looking pretty favorable. She needs basically 60% as her magic number. Actually, hold on. I should have the Mystic Code effect. I do. Okay, so Jarcher can still NP. And she still has all of her stuff. So that is not bad. Ooh, we have a full Jarcher chain. I can go with the Castoria cards. This is better to go with at least one Castoria Arts card here. Try to get her back to full in time so that she can NP. Because we will need the NP as a protection mechanism against the Lahmu NP, assuming it's still alive here. If we... Yeah, we got good damage there. If we get good crits, maybe? Yeah, we can kill it. Oh, no. I guess not, because, again, she got buff stripped. If she had her buffs, that would have killed. Either way, get dunked on, son. Actually, had a triple arch chain there. Castoria Berserker is so odd to use since I got used to how much refund Vlad has. Vlad's actually really underappreciated in that regard. His damage is definitely nowadays like going to be pretty trounced by Castoria, especially in niche. But he is not a bad single target Berserker, and he can just sit there and kind of keep looping. He is kind of nasty for that. Especially because usually your single target units do not refund well. They are usually somebody that's going to refund somewhere in the like 10 to 30% range. If you have a single target unit that refunds higher than that, they are a really good refunder. Fool me twice! Surely this time, it will continue to be a single target battle, right, chat? There's no way the game would debate me on the third one. There's no way it would throw yet another... Oh my god, it debated me. I mean, at least it's split, so they're not as high health value, but like... Also, it did not do the earthquake on this third battle, so that is something else to make note of. But good lord. I'm gonna kill one of you dead. You go to hell and you die, Bel Lahmu. Squirtoria will make solid work. A refund here will be good as well. I actually don't have a like stellar damage CE on her. This is more of a refund CE, but should still do the trick. Oh my god. I should have gone quick Buster and it would have killed. It's also because basically I did not have like the attack ups on her. This, on the other hand, should. Because this Bel Lahmu has a whole lot less health. So this one probably just dies outright, especially with the attack ups now. And the other one just gets carded to death. So still a 2-turn, either way, no matter what I did. But funny regardless. Again, behold Squirtoria refund. This is one of the reasons why she is just so damn good on top of having the ability to drain her enemies. She is somebody that could just sit there and keep kind of looping and looping and looping and depriving an enemy of its noble phantasm. Assuming you play her right. It's getting close to the death proc node. I was gonna say, I imagine I am now. Section 21 with even more. Alright, this is just gonna be a berserker node again. That's not what I did. I told it to scroll wheel, but I guess that counts as clicking in this thing. See, like, it doesn't even want to scroll sometimes. This is definitely reminding me why these fights are a pain. Yeah, I mean, if you go in blind and you don't have, like, stellar units, these fights could actually just kick your ass. Babylonia was a major problem for people to get through at first when it came out. After that, people, I think, kind of developed strategies and got used to it, and it was not as big of an issue. Like, even by the time, like, stuff got to NA, we already had the gift of, like, clairvoyance on our side, so, like, we knew what everything had. But, like, back in the day, you could have expected to waste a good chunk of AP on some of this stuff. It's like, oh, I went in with the wrong composition and I'm dead. Or you just back out because you don't want to deal with it. Actually, should have gone for the Lady Avalon NP there. But I guess it depends on what's in this final wave. I bet it's a dragon. No, it's just more Lahmu, of course. And we have enough, just barely. See, we only needed 10% refund for that. This is just one of, again, the reasons that, like, Ibuki is as strong as she is. She's actually been beaten pretty squarely in damage output nowadays in the Berserkers, but it does not matter. She's a solid refunder and absolutely can charge. And that charge just is so invaluable for stuff like this. And behold, overkill and abusing it for more NP gain. So if I needed NP again, it was potentially possible, assuming I had, you know, another support there for charge. Objectively, Babylonia is harder than Camelot. Oh, 100%. Babylonia is absolutely harder than Camelot. Anyone that tells you otherwise, I think, like, basically the issue is because Gawain is, like, fairly notorious. So he is, like, the first, I guess you could say, like, major gimmick slash like stopgap fight in the game. And so because of that, everybody gets, like, really worried about Camelot. But yes, Babylonia is more difficult. It definitely has higher health values and harder fights in a lot of cases. This is the death proc fight, isn't it, chat? Because I believe one of these is King Hassan that I can take on support. Take the NP5 Kali. Let's see what we can do. If it is the death proc fight, I probably have to back out. Because there's a fight where you need to... I'm not going to say you can't beat it without death procking. I have. It's way easier to just death proc everything in the fight. It's the death proc fight. Or is it? It's technically not. We don't have all of them. The 11 Lahmus are beasts. Yeah, just this isn't 11 of them, right? So, in a similar way to Artoria's Dragon Core, Durga has her third skill, has the ability to change all of her cards to arts. That is definitely an abusable aspect for something like this. And she is doing solid damage because Durga is quite effective here. There you go. Beautiful refund there with the cards. Without the cards, refund not so great. Okay, thank God she missed and actually removed Lady Avalon's buffs. If she had removed my primary damage dealers, that would have been really bad. There's nothing you can do about that sort of thing, though. Actually, give me the arts card for the refund. I'm also doing this not only because it will heal, but it's also going to put some buffs on Proto Merlin / Lady Avalon here, which makes it a target should the Bell Lahmu decide to start spamming the buff removal. So it's better to have 33% chance of her getting hit rather than having 50% chance. If she has no buffs, it probably won't target her for buff removal. Well, it was good while it lasted. That's so unfortunate too, because you were ready to NP again. I'll still send it, but this is not going to deal nearly as much damage. The effort in building up after Camelot, it felt easier to me. Yeah, it's because there's a lot of time between, like, Camelot, say, for instance, and Babylonia, and a lot of people have a tendency to, like... So, for instance, you could say a similar thing happened with LB5. A lot of people got stuck on LB5, then they got through LB5, but there was still a long time until LB6. The time between LB5 and LB6, their account progressed so much. Not only because they learned so much, but also because they realized, oh, I need to do something. Okay, so this is question mark. This might be the death proc fight. I'm thinking it is. So I'm gonna look for units that can basically AoE death proc. Kind of the ideal scenario. Doman is technically possible. Don't know that he's that good though with that C. Or I could take it with a QPC. I understand why they're doing it, so I can't say I hate the idea. Unfortunate. Okay, I did not see the unit I wanted. I was looking for another Nidochrist variant, basically. We'll go with Maguma. Fortunately, my Nidochrist is not very strong. Yeah, there's 11 of them. I'm gonna need multiple Noble Phantasms. This is gonna get spicy. This is, ironically enough, one of the fights that I could struggle with. This and Tiamat proper. Just depending. Tiamat proper, I have to remember exactly how she works. So you can see quite a bit of health here. They're beasts. You're not going to get a whole lot. And you are constantly getting drained. Not yet. And same thing with this. I don't think this is worth. I'm gonna try to just stagger their NPs. We're just gonna basically go through this NP after NP. I'm gonna be focusing on death procking, and what I don't death proc, I will try to refund against. We triple death proc. That's really good. Now there are only 8 that I need to death proc. Unfortunately, the only downside is Nidochrist does not get any charge. Go ahead and go for that. This is where it's like, early I will blitz this, but the problem is going to be getting back to the next NPs. Can we get another triple? We got a triple. The good part about Doman is his damage occurs before, so he does get at least a little bit of refund off of that. There's only 5 more. This is actually not bad. I thought you were only adding randos. I saw the Khadroth on there. I'm only following Khadroth, which anyone can do. I'm gonna hedge my bets still. I'm gonna go for both of them because I'm probably gonna need 2 more NPs. Because it's like, oh, I could get to Domans faster, but it's like, eh. Right now, we're in really good condition. I had a much harder time going through this on my JP account comparatively to either my NA or this. Probably because the OC Las Vegas quest. Wait for what? If you have trouble, just take the support. It will take some time to clear, but it's easy enough. Yeah, that is like the way through it. He can definitely die though. I've had that happen, and that's how my JP had to do it. It was just kind of spicy. I got drained. Unbelievable. Unbelievable indeed. I cannot believe I got a triple arch chain with both Nito and Doman. Congrats, you played yourself. This will definitely kill. So that is not bad, 6 turning this. We'll let Nito have the first take. See if she can death proc either. She doesn't have her skill buff on right now, but Doman, a lot of Domans is just baked into his NP, which is one of the reasons that he can be really strong. So we don't get a death proc on either of those. But this should get Doman overcharge, which gives him an even greater chance, if I remember correct. Oh, it missed on one. No. Oh, now this goes a lot longer. Damn it. We had a flawless run until that point. No failed death procs, then we got 3 in the final wave. Okay, he's got 1 more turn, so actually this won't take as long. Actually, yeah, we won't even need his charge skill this turn. Plus, the Bell Lahmu's almost dead on its own. Surely this time it kills. So basically, again, units that have death proc on AoE and can get back to their NP works really well. Doman's gonna work really good for this because, like I said, it's baked into his NP. Nitocris can also work. Nitocris Alter can also work. Chat, who else am I forgetting that has AoE death proc? Technically, Welfare Shisho Assassin. Nitocris Assassin. Shiki Saber, so Void Shiki. Okay, this is Tiamat proper. What's the mechanic here? I think this is just a whole heck of a lot of health, if memory serves. We'll actually put MASH on the back line just in case. It's not exactly leveled up, but we'll do it. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this just for the maxed out healing and party protection mechanics. If I remember correctly, though, one of the things you want to do is you want to buff blocker, if I remember correctly, and I don't have that in my kit. But I may be misremembering. I know when I did this on, is it JP? I think there's a clip that's like around, like just rotating around of me like basically one-turning Tiamat and critting her to death with Jalter. And it was hilarious. Yeah, so she's not actually effective. Tiamat should be divine, though, at minimum. I'll have to pay attention to the damage numbers. Sometimes if you see special attacks, so like stuff down there, you can see she got the special chaotic special divine there during the NP. If you look at the damage numbers, sometimes you can spot it. There was 2, so I think one of those was effective. That is Tiamat Chaotic Divine. There we go. There's the Nullify buff. That is nasty. Okay, so it's she puff blocks me. That's what I'm forgetting. Is it 3 times? No, just 1. Okay, that's not terrible. Basically, I just went ahead and burned Proto Merlin's invuln because it also is her charge. I have both. Oh my god. Actually, this is a really good turn for crit. What the heck? Go for it, baby. The good news is, again, as you guys can see, you get a lot of charge off of Tiamat's attacks. Charge is probably not your issue too much here. It's going to be basically the buff removal that she does and having the ability to like survive her NP. Really don't have a whole lot here. We'll go ahead and throw in Merlin's NP since he's pretty much maxed out on his gauge. And this is a special version of Merlin. He's a little bit stronger in this fight than he is normally. So Merlin works just like Lady Avalon does, except he heals. You can see it healed on the front end. Merlin's NP does not normally do that. It normally heals you at the end of the turn. But this specific NPC one heals at the front and at the end of the turn. So it's just even stronger, basically, for getting you through the fight. This is actually, with this composition, it's actually really under control. We did get NP sealed there, which is not good. And we still have Merlin's involved if we need to survive. Basically gave her all of that. We're pretty tanky at the moment. I'm gonna go ahead and basically do an arch chain with Proto Merlin's NP. This should allow us to kind of get even more healing back, basically, because again, max HP up's not wasted. So there's one of the reasons why I did Merlin's NP first. There's the buff removal. We are still MP sealed. Come on. How many turns? This 2 more turns. Oh my god. We're just gonna have to beat her to death, which is what it is. The only problem is, again, that you end up functionally on a little bit of a timer and a little bit of a race with Tiamat's NP. And you also do get the proc effect sometimes, just for the specific fight of basically the 4,000 HP up that just kind of constantly happens. So there's a whole lot of leeway in completing this. It's more just worrying about Tiamat's specific gimmicks that are going to be your issue. As you can see, it's not like I'm not just sitting here kind of carving my way through. Actually gonna go with that over Castoria's cards. This is at least a brave chain for her, and I will get some at least a chance at a decent crit out of it with an extra attack. But you can see we're basically just out healing her damage. She's not able to do much against us. Our health values are like ballooning. Okay, I thought she was going to MP seal me again. She didn't. She gave me an out here on the quote-unquote final turn. So we should be good. Just to be on the safe side, I'll pop the info. But we'll just send Castoria and let her wrap this up. So this went really well. We could have potentially just like finished this off even faster if she didn't back-to-back NP seal Castoria Berserker. But it is what it is. Stuff like that can happen where just the wrong unit gets MP sealed. If it happens and you fail the fight, remember you can always use your command seals to continue. If not, just, you know, feel free to like back out and try it again. You can get different RNG. And also remember, scuffing is a thing. Resetting the seed is a thing. So if some of these fights get too difficult for you, that is always an option. Just beware the buff block. And that is one of the more epic moments in story. I still think to a large degree, the moment right there in story is not topped by many things in FGO. Use Gil. Gil can definitely be nice here. But I kind of just want to go with it. He has the full chant for his NP on this, yeah. But I take the time to rewatch Babylonia this weekend now. It's good. I recommend it. I think my only gripe with the Babylonia anime is that it cut out some of the comedy. And that it also cut out, how should I put it? Like, It basically also cut out like an intro that would have helped new people get into it. Because I actually think if Babylonia was properly set up and explained better on the outset, that Babylonia would be a really good like recommended starting point for people. At least in the sense of like getting into like FGO. You're gonna do it to me, aren't you? Kind of just gonna go on this one. I want the maximum damage I can get here turn one, because this just is gonna be the issue with this fight, is needing to blitz or kind of die. And that did not deal a lot of damage. So this is going to be kind of a longer knockdown drag out, basically. But I do have the makings of quote-unquote the invincible comp. Again, the buff removal and buff block mechanics here are going to be the spicy ones. I'll sack the crit damage. Oh, good lord. It happens. I only have her one arts card there, but it is 100%. Or sorry, not arts card, quick card. And I'll go for it just for the damage of it, but only because a little bit this fight is very good on refund with Tiamat attacking. So I kind of just know that like Tiamat spamming her AoE attacks will get me back to an NP pretty quickly and easily. Okay, good damage there. Really good damage. If I can somehow get to an NP and I'm NP sealed. God damn it. Oh, she did it to me twice where she NP sealed my nuker. It happens. We're still a relatively good spot. She's not close to an NP. Nobody's really in danger of dying. This is just a turn where we're, I think, gonna take... I think we play the crit cards and we just let this kind of work. Because I think experience has shown me that I'm just going to kind of be stuck with this for a bit. And I'm going to need to... gonna basically need to just kind of crit her to death. Okay, there's Curse. Curse going to make this a little bit more annoying. You can see she got a... Target receives debuffs with normal attacks. So that will start amping up the pressure on this fight. If you take Castoria, you'll have a cleanse when she NPs. But this will be at least... quote-unquote one of the concerns of the fight. We're actually going to go with my Castoria's cards, the original Castoria here, just simply because it has crit chance. And there you go. Again, that 4,000 healing per turn doing a lot of work. The curses are going to start stacking up quickly here if I don't do something about it. We have one more turn of NP seal. I will, I think, protect and do a Lady Avalon NP just to be on the safe side. Because we are ready to NP the second those NP seals get off anyways. And Lady Avalon's NP will at least provide some additional healing to offset some of this. Oh, she got attack up. Spicy. Still not doing a whole lot. You do have special damage resistance in this fight. That's what this little icon down here is. So all of your units have it. That's one of the reasons you're not taking very much damage. When in doubt, send it. I will let Castoria do her NP first, basically, because I will get multiple stacks of solemn defense here. But remember, the NP is going to remove buffs. It's just one of those deals where I'm more or less doing it for the attack up than anything else. Simon, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Whichever did you pick for the free ticket? On my main account, I picked XX. MH XX. On this account, I have abstained from picking until the Castoria banner that I'm going to roll for on Saturday. And there you go. Yeah, that was Babylonia. So again, Babylonia is a little bit harder. You can see you're starting to get into fights that are like, oh, okay, there's like some mechanics. There's some gimmicks. Keep in mind, that's one of the things that you're going to be facing now more in the future. Fights after, like, Tiamat especially here. Going into Solomon Temple of Time, going into Epic of Remnant, if you choose to do it. It's technically optional, so I advise at least postponing it until you're caught up on story for the main parts. But even into like Lost Belt and stuff like that, yes, you are going to have to face gimmicks a lot more often. And now, at least after Solomon Temple of Time, we will be facing what amounts to break bars. And break bars, I think you guys have at least gotten to see some with some of like the event stuff that I did early on, but they're going to start becoming a much more common feature, as you can see why, you know, Merlin kind of caused stuff like that. And thank God Mash got her level increased, or at least her cap is increased. We need to level her up. It is something I will do. I will probably actually take a little bit to farm some embers on the side. And now her bond level is increased to 5. And we got mash coins. I forgot that's a thing. This is what I was expecting it to be, was the grail. And a Jaguar warrior has been sent to your stuff. So now we can start the quote-unquote final singularity of part 1. This is Solomon Temple of Time. There are raid battles here. They are going to be the demon pillars that you have to do. They're not a proper raid anymore. You only have to do the repelling battle, but they were certainly fun when they were out, and they were really good farm. But yeah, it won't be that hard for people that, you know, probably didn't have any struggles with part 1. Your issue will be the actual final bosses of that, not the demon pillars. And there you go. You can see I've gotten a whole lot more things basically for free exchange conditions. And we also now have even more rewards for completing this. So lots of QP, 13 Saint Quartz, 500 Leaves of Evocation, and 1 Jaguar Warrior. She's an interesting 3-star. I love Taiga. I just wish she was better because I would love to use her more often. For just kind of like a one-off NP, she's okay. But they really need to give her a little bit more usability in her kit. Surprisingly strong if you try using me. It's true. She is actually like, her NP damage numbers are not terrible. At least assuming you have, you know, multiple copies of her. Single copy of a 3-star is not gonna hold up very well. But that just is the way it is. She is a story locked 3-star as well. All right, chat. We're not going to start Solomon tonight, but that is Babylonia complete. And again, if you struggled with it, I highly recommend looking up actual fight guides for individual nodes. I highly recommend retracing your steps, seeing what went wrong, looking at the mechanics, trying to build proper parties, trying to get people on the support list that can help. So far, we haven't encountered FGO's most troublesome gimmick, which is forced support. That will be a thing starting with part 2, aka the Lost Belts, but it will not be too big of an issue, at least for now. So, but all right, we will end it there, and I will see you guys next time for Solomon.